Well, a very good morning and welcome to a beautifully sunny Morocco. We're in Marrakech at the Marrakech Exhibition Centre for the first day of the Marrakech Grand-Prix, and it's a very good morning to my colleague Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. A very good morning, but a very cold one. And do excuse the attire here. I'm loaded up with jackets and everything. People have been very kind.
It's a little bit chilly this morning.
Chilly's not the word.
Anyway, we're going to get underway by taking a look at the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring to you on this opening day of competition. 48, 52 and 57. Under 50, that's the weights, and under those weights for the women. The men are the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Shira Rishoni of Israel. The number 2 seed is Catarina Costa of Portugal. The number 3 seed is Melanie Clement of France, and the number 4 seed is Julia Figueroa of Spain. Out of that group, or any others, who should we look at in the 48 kilo category?
Well, for me, Rishoni, what I've always called this group, the under 48 kilos, is the little pocket rockets, and exactly what we've got with that lineup that you've just said with Rishoni and Costa. Both have had great performances, not only last year but this year. And we've got a couple there that, for me, they're the young athletes that are coming through but have had some real promise for their countries. And one of them is Gersha of Netherlands, junior world champion, twice European, junior European champion, and so she's going to make a real presence here today. It's an open sort of, there's quite a few of the top athletes that are not here, so this gives them a great opportunity. And you've got Martinez Embelanda of Spain, and again, she's double European and world medalist, and she got a 5th in Dusseldorf, and she was a great performer there. I was really impressed, and she's still quite young. And men's of Germany, 5th in Dusseldorf, again a good strong performance, obviously on home ground, but a youngster that's coming through, and they've got showing such great presence.
Such a tough draw for Amber Hirschers because she's got Maria Sidero in round 1. If she gets through that, Julia Figueroa, and then in the other part of that draw, Noah Minsker of Israel and Blondine Pont of France. That is the toughest pool for me, Pool B.
It's definitely going to be a tough one, but to get a medal, you've got to win them.
Let's take a look at the under 52 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer of France. The number 2 seed is Pup Recker of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Anna Perez Box of Spain, and the number 4 seed is Gufen Primo of Israel.
For me, my favourite is Primo from Israel, and I think the Israeli team have got a very, very strong presence here over these next 3 days, so it's definitely a team to watch out for, and they're real youngsters coming through, so hitting targets towards the Olympic Games in Tokyo, but more so to Paris, is the one I feel that they're going to really shine. But coming back to this event, you've also got Szabo of Hungary, under 23 European medalist, and also that was back in 2016 though, but a good performance for that young lady. And Kosha of Switzerland, who in Tel Aviv started off the year with a 3rd place in the Grand Prix. And
then we had a brief chat this morning with Chae Suk-hee of Hong Kong. That was nice. She has a tough draw against Faiza Mokhtar in round 1.
It's not going to be easy.
One. In the under 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. The number 2 seed is Lien Chen-Ling of Chinese Taipei. The number 3 seed is Karakash Hedvig of Hungary, and the number 4 seed is Anna Borowska of Poland.
I think Nelson-Levy has been looking very, very strong, and I think she's got a great chance of taking the gold medal with the lineup that we have here in this competition. But again, there's a few that are outside that seeding. Pavia from France being one of them, Olympic medalist, Olympic bronze medalist back in 2012, and also in Rio was 7th place. Has had a baby, but starting to come back and looking very confident out there and comfortable now as she works her way through this world tour. She got a 7th in Paris, and for me, and in Glasgow we saw it in the European Open, where it was one of the first events we'd seen her back since the Olympic Games, where she took a silver medal. So definitely one that you can't write off with the experience that she has under her belt.
Loredana Ohi of Romania, Safa Choban. I saw you had
Yes.
a look at that.
7th place in
from
Düsseldorf, and she had a
Germany.
great performance, didn't she, in Germany?
Julia Kowalczyk of Poland as well. Sabrina Filzmers, so you ticked
Yes.
that off. And you've already mentioned Pavia.
Well,
Tough
this
group.
Filzmoser, again, she's an Olympic medalist, and you can't write her off. She's had great performances, but they've been quite a few years back, and still really wanting to put a mark here on this World Tour at this weight now.
Okay, 2 more weight categories to look at. The men in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. The number 3 seed is Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is Jora Verstraeten of Belgium.
Well, Verstraeten, he took a gold medal in Tel Aviv, and he's looking quite strong, so he's going to be a real contender. The lineup that you've already mentioned, Papinashvili of Georgia, world medalist, Masters medalist as well, and Olympic Games was a 5th place. He's a strong athlete, and he's always there amongst the medals and places. So he's going to be tough to take off. And he's number 1 seed coming into this competition, so again, one that is going to be really difficult to knock off that podium. But Mackenzie, Great Britain, in Tel Aviv, he started off at the beginning of the year with a 5th place. He still really has to make his mark of a medal here this year. Last year he had a great performance. This could be an opportunity for him, because there's quite a few in this weight category that are missing. So if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it here in this event. But there is a couple of others. For me, Bourdin of France is a cadet European champion. Great judo. So explosive, so dynamic, so exciting, and again, that could really upset 1 or 2.
Okay, let's take a look then at the top 4 seeds in the under 66 kilo category, because we've got about half a minute to go. Adrian Gombots of Slovenia is the number 1 seed. Number 2 seed, Yelan Seriksanov of Kazakhstan. And number 3 seed is Mohamed Abdelmagoud of Egypt. And the number 4 seed is Sherokan Akhadov of Uzbekistan.
Well, one we haven't mentioned is Beslan Muradov of Russia, Olympic champion in Rio at 60 kilos, and has made, this is his first competition. Well, he actually fought, the last time he medalled was at the European Championships last year. It's his first competition in this new weight category in the under 66. Obviously has been plagued by the weight, and this move up will give us an indication on how he's going to do it. It's a great day to try and get a medal. It's open for the taking there at the medals, so for a good introduction under 60 he'll do well. Also, you've got the homeboy that we spoke in the warm-up area, the father of Mr. Bazu, Imad, and a young athlete that's coming through. Great performance. Home turf, will he perform? I think he will. He's had some great exciting matches throughout. He's definitely, there's going to be a major threat here today.
We're going to go to mat number 2 to have a look at the aforementioned Beslan Mudranov's opening contest in the under 66 kilos. He's up against Manuel Scheibel of Germany. It's Scheibel in the white judogi, Mudranov in blue. He's the one, well, he's the one in blue. I was about to say, he's the one with the heavily strapped right hand and left foot. And that strapping on the foot, that was only put on this morning as we were walking in the warm-up area. Loretta and I saw them strapping that foot up. So whatever had happened in the warm-up needed strapping up afterwards.
Yes. You might find that there's just a slight weakness in the ankle, and it's precaution rather than actually someone that's suffering with a severe injury.
Yeah, because that would have been done during the warm-up anyway. Yeah. Quite true.
Mudranov there coming in very sharply indeed, and as we said, just talking about him, an Olympic champion, cannot write him off. He's just made this move up. This is his first competition in the under 66, but he has been fighting this year, but in the under 60s, and I think this is sort of reflecting on possibly the weight issue of being able to maybe maintain that weight at the under 60 kilos, because the last time was at the European Championships, where he picked up the bronze medal at the under 60s. So it'll be interesting, but it is definitely a great event for him to start his bid in this weight category. There's quite a few athletes in the top seeding of the world rank that are not here, and so it is an open weight category, there's no doubt about it. Medals are up for the taking, and those that are here will be definitely looking for those valuable Olympic qualification points. Well, the German has 2 Shidos, and we're not even up to the halfway mark now, so it's not looking very good for the German against the Russian at this particular moment. It is a horrible first round match for the German, there's no doubt about it. Mudranov coming in for the Sianagi, draws his opponent forward, trying to create an opportunity for the transition into the Niwaza. Mudranov taking the first Shido now, so it's 2-1 on the battle of Shidos at this particular moment, with 1.5 minutes remaining in the contest.
Sorry, I haven't said anything for the last couple of minutes. I'm just warming up here.
Trying to keep your teeth in from chattering. It is amazing because the sun is splitting the trees outside, and in here it is pretty cold. My very words earlier on, it's colder than Scotland at this particular moment.
There are, I can't tell you how many people are, sitting with coats and scarves. So there's even one of the referees with gloves on down there. So,
and normally I would say that's a bit extreme, but not at all.
Not this time.
All. You could actually feel, you could see the breathing, the breath on your as you were breathing in and out. That sort of mist in front of us.
I've just done it here, and I can see the, steam of my breath coming off here. It is that cold. Anyway. We move on. Who was that then? Just lost out down on mat number 1. I just saw somebody stepping off of mat number 1, and it looked like Gabriela Chabana, although it looked as though she had won. I thought she had a first round bye. Anyway, that was on another mat. Oh, it was Gironi Whiteboy of South Africa who had lost out to Gabriela Chabana.
Well, we're into the last 20 seconds here now in this contest, and it's looking like this could go to golden score. The German's done really well, considering that he picked up those 2 Shidos at the earlier stage of the contest in the first half of this match, and has managed to now start settling in, but he's still on the receiving end of a couple of Sianagis, and there you have the Sutemiwaza, the Tomanagi now from the Russian. Well, we're into golden score, and quite a few times we've seen in the past in previous competitions that there's been so much work being done in the first 4 minutes of the contest that it's a bit of a burnout, and a real turnaround in the golden score, where though the athlete that has been trailing tends to sort of pull it back to win in the golden score. So I wonder if this will happen. As we know, the Germans are very, very strong indeed. Lovely Ashiwaza there. He stumbles the Russian down into Niwaza, looks for the Shimiwaza there, piling a little bit more pressure on the Russian.
Yeah, I speculated this morning that the reason for the drop in performance, I mean, that was what I was thinking from Mudranov, was he was struggling to make 60 kilos and, wasn't anywhere near as strong. Here, it's going to be the other way round. He can make 66 comfortably. Yes. He can eat, he can be relaxed, the whole thing. But what's going to happen is whereas he was weak for 60 for having to lose weight, he's going to be weak for 66 because of the strength.
Size, yeah.
You know, so he's going to have to get used to it. And I remember what it was like when Georgi Zantaraya first moved up after winning the World Championships in 2009. He moved at 60, he moved up to 66. And it took him quite a while, you know, to get there. What he had, and never lost, was incredible throwing skills, and you just saw how dangerous Mudranov looks.
Yes, that also Tagari, the switch to the Marote Sianagi.
Yeah, just hasn't got that power
repertoire.
Yet, you know?
Yeah.
So Scheibel, who, with the greatest of respect to Manuel Scheibel, really isn't at that kind of, you know, skill level, can really battle with him, because he's probably come down from 70.
That's correct, yeah. And I think for Scheibel, he's come into this contest, I think he's been a little bit humbling here in this. He's looked at the quality of athlete that he's up against, and he's given him possibly a little bit too much respect there. And that sort of little bit too much respect and that sort of possible fear, it was in the first 2 minutes. When he realised he's got 2 arms and a head, no different. He's just another man that's moved into my weight category. He started to come back and build on confidence, but sadly, you're on a hiding to nothing when you're 2 Shidos down.
And I like what you said there. He's come into my weight category. That may have been lost on some of you at home, the way that Loretta described that. But that's the attitude that you've got to have when somebody comes up from another weight.
Yes,
hey,
it's taking ownership.
You're on my turf now.
It's taking ownership of that weight category.
And as Loretta was saying, he didn't appear to have the presence in that first 2 minutes, and that's when he fell behind. Right, who have we got on the mat now? Nathan Katz of Australia. He's up against Soufiane Hamadoui of Morocco. It's Katz in the white judogi, Hamadoui in blue. And we were, Loretta and I, in the warm-up area to talk to some of the Moroccan team. I'm trying to catch my breath here. I'm so cold. We're talking to some of the Moroccan team about the name pronunciation. So if from time to time we appear to butcher them, you have to forgive us, but that, you know, initial short, sharp French lesson probably hasn't sunk in yet, or French or Arabic pronunciation of some of the names probably hasn't sunk in yet. On mat 1, just out of interest, I can see stepping onto the tatami for the first time Hesham Mesbah, former Olympic silver medalist, and I don't mean stepping on to fight, he's stepping on to referee. Mr. Mesbah for the first time. We'll get to see him a bit later on.
Oh, I didn't even recognise him.
Yeah.
I did not recognise him.
One of the nicest men that I've ever met in international judo. Absolutely top man. Amber Hirschus, by the way, is the fighter going on to mat 1. Freddie, let's go down there. We can. Let's go down to mat number 1, because that was one of Loretta Cusack's picks this morning. Amber Hirschus, she's up against Maria Cidero of Portugal. It's Hirschus in the white judogi, Cidero in blue. And for those of you that want to continue watching Nathan Katz and Soufiane Hamadoui of Morocco, you can just click on 2. Just click on 2 and you'll be able to see that fight in its entirety. You don't have to jump around with us. In fact, any of the contests that you want to, you can just click on any of the mats and you'll be able to get your choice. So don't worry about having to stick with us. You can choose.
Well, Hirscher, very, very strong young athlete coming through. In fact, I think I called her Gersche earlier on.
That's okay. Hirschus. You know, it's a tricky one with some of the Dutch names, isn't it?
Very strong looking, tall, long-limbed athlete, great Ichimata, and she has that combination, the Ouchi, to go with it, which makes her very dangerous.
Very good morning to Richard Britton, because he's such an avid watcher. It's always nice to know that he's out there having a watch, and thank you for your comments as well. And thanks for that. We'll see if we can tidy up the commentary still coming through on the men's match, apparently. I'll tell our tech team, Freddie and his team may be able to sort that out. maybe they've sorted it out
Yeah,
already.
possibly, yeah.
Hope so anyway. Well,
Right.
anyway, we're going to continue commentating on Hershus and Sidorov.
And the difficulty is that we're so far away from the tatami that even if we wanted to watch it sort of live rather than on screen, it would be impossible, wouldn't it?
Amber Hershus reminds me just a little bit of Daria Biladid, a little bit shorter, but she's got that long, thin, I suppose it's the blonde hair as well.
Yes.
But
very long and lean, very long-limbed athlete, those long legs and arms, but
she's taking a little bit longer to make the transition from junior to senior. So it showed a lot of promise already on the senior circuit, but hasn't,
yes,
got that explosive presence that Biladid has. But who has?
And yeah, that's one of the athletes you've just mentioned that is missing here, the junior and senior world champion, Biladid.
She'll be back soon.
So we're looking forward to seeing her. We haven't seen her since, I can't remember the last time I've seen her. I think it was the World Championships, Junior Worlds.
Yeah, in Bahamas.
Yes, I think that was the last time.
Recovering from sunburn, perhaps.
Well, who would blame her? What a year that young lady had. Hersh's coming in with that Uchimata, a little bit too wide. Didn't get much of an impact in the entry there, and sort of fumble down to the ground. Sidorov trying desperately to get past the defences of a Dutch opponent who is quite happily working and keeping the pressure on her opponent at the edge of the contest area. Well, as the referees asked both athletes to tidy their gis up, taking a little bit longer for Sidorov of Portugal to do so. And it is to the advantage of our opponent to have a tidy gi. Oh, Hersher trying to keep the defences there. Gutsy little move there though from the Portuguese, so she spun underneath her opponent.
She's quite a handful, isn't she? Sidorov.
Yeah, she's
caused a few upsets. Golden score.
Yeah, she's gutsy, there's no doubt, and which makes her very, very dangerous. Hershel was given a Shido, but now they've won a piece for both athletes.
I think when Hisham Mesbah, the referee, was coming to the mat, I said that he was Olympic silver medalist. I think I said that. He was a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. There's just something that was in the back of my mind. I thought, I better check that.
Yeah.
I know he medalled in Beijing, and I think I said silver. If I did, I'm sorry to have misled you.
He was also a world medalist, wasn't he?
Yeah, also bronze medalist.
Was that at the same year, or was that the year before?
He got his bronze medal at the World Championships in Rotterdam in 2009. That was the year after.
Year after.
Right. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is they're working on that. The commentary coming on another mat, and we're likely to stick on mat 1 for a while. So until we sort that out, I'll just
They're
warn
not able
you.
to flick through. Are
Yeah,
they?
because if we go to 2 or 3, then, you know, it may be that, I don't know. Anyway, when they come and tell me otherwise, I'll tell you where we can go. Ooh, that was close.
Well, Sidra really doing well out here. She's turned this really upside down. At the beginning, Hirscher was all over this match, and now it's starting to slip away from her. Second Shido has been awarded to Amber. She can't get past those really strong defences there, as you can see, with that right hand on the lapel that she turns into the Makikomi, just hitting her to the post each time.
And if Hirscher is clever here, she'll just keep up those attacks. You know, if it was rather like the Korean that we were talking about the other day, we just put in so many attacks. You know, you're going to, 1, you're attacking, and 2, you're stopping your opponent from attacking.
That's right.
Oh,
Yes.
That was close.
Well, it was continuous, I think.
I'm not so sure. It sat on the backside
Yeah,
and then
she
got a
did,
push.
but then it was a bit of a push off at the end.
Absolutely, at the
Yeah.
end. Just sat her on the backside, and
But again, another strong
Yeah,
attack
yeah.
for the Portuguese, and
that's as close as
Hirscher-
anyone has come.
yeah, and she'd had that Makikomi earlier on as well. So there's 2 strong attacks. Hirscher
come
really
back.
has to do some now. She's got to put a couple of strong attacks back to counteract that. She's really got no control on the sleeves at the moment. Again, there, that's another strong one. She's just let it slip away from her, hasn't she, in this golden score? It really has been for Sidra. It's turned around. She's really turned it upside down.
That could be it, yeah.
I think so.
Sidra got a Shido for. I wonder what you didn't give a signal for what the Shido was for.
I never saw that. Didn't see that one.
See those little stabs there with the left foot aren't Uchimatas to me. That's nothing. She feels that she's attacking, but it's not.
They're not strong attacks.
Yeah.
It's just a way to try and get back in. She can't get past the really strong defence of that right arm that's in there in the lapel, and it's blocking her out. It's a good tactic. And from there, she's also put in a few Makikomis and that spin, and there you have another Makikomi. Whacked her over to the side there. Didn't get the score, but again, made an impression.
Didn't have enough strength for the turnover there either.
No. Well, I think this could be, I said it the last time, but there you go. The third and final Shido is awarded to Hirscher. And she's out in the first round. Sidro takes the win, and she did really well there. Started off a little bit slow and really got into the match halfway through.
Yes. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Let's do this from here. So we can change and go to various mats, but I think we're going to stick here for the time being anyway. But thanks very much for that, Freddie. We'll be fine here for the moment. We're going to have a look at Wafay Idrissi Chofi of Morocco. She's up against Blondine Pont of France. It's Idrissi in the white judo gi, Pont in blue.
Now for Morocco, first one out here on this tatami.
I think it's rather unfortunate that some of the fighters have got a particular sponsor on their back number, and they've already got Ippon on their back. It's not the thing you want on your back, is it? Ippon.
and as bold as that as well. But,
Oh, he's huge as well. Oh dear. There will be a few people at home who might also be amused at that. You had Ippon written all over your back.
I don't think I'd be too happy with that.
Oh, nice effort up the right side there from.
But in saying that, I remember when I was first starting judo, I was gifted a judo suit. My first ever judo suit had the Incredible Hulk on the back as a transfer. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah. If I tell you the brand of my first judo suit, you will laugh.
Milam.
Oh yeah. Why did I even go there?
Oh, God love you.
You knew where I was going, didn't you? Yeah.
I knew.
Okay. That is so refreshing to know that my colleague can label my age with a judo
I
suit.
knew about the Milan, so that's labelling myself.
But you could have read history.
No, I was too quick on the mark for that.
That was really good though, Loretta. It was and it was totally unscripted. And it was Milam. It was a hand-me-down. I mean, it was just shapeless. It was like a sack, of
and
cotton.
a belt. I bet your belt dangled past your knees as well.
I don't know. Well, when you've got a white belt, it really doesn't matter, does it? The fit everybody sort of accepts. You're not going to be tying it up that smartly. My next suit, however, was a really lovely, bright white, shiny Matsuru judogi. So I'd graduated by then.
Oh, beautiful! Yeah. Osota to the Kosota, beautifully done. Nice combination there.
Yeah, she actually ends up taking her down with what I suppose we're going to label as Nidan Kosota Gaki, because she goes
Nidan.
round the back and takes both of them.
Yeah, so the Kosota, then the Nidan.
Yeah. I was talking about Roy Inman last night. I was wondering about coming to you and talking a little bit about the Kyokusai Waza that Roy had written, and just his attempt to identify competition techniques with new names. And not everybody, went for it, but the concept, I think the concept was right. We were seeing so many techniques in judo that with slight variations that he wanted to identify because they were so clearly different from the basic ones, and I kind of go with that. And maybe we need to revisit that book.
Yes.
With someone else's input now. It's been quite a number of years, and Rose passed away and everything. But in almost as a tribute to him, and in recognition of his attempts to try and
I think what he did, because a lot of the techniques we were using the actual name of when it was first shown to us on the international circuit, it was labelled by the technician themselves, like the Budavelli,
Harborelli and that kind of stuff.
The lats takedown and things like this. And what he did was put a spin on it and put the Japanese terminology and the wording of it.
Yeah, I was chatting with Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, media director, and we were talking about the possibility of someone doing that kind of, almost like a tribute, saying, yeah, I absolutely agree with the whole sentiment and the push there, and then seeing whether we can get maybe someone from, the technical side from Japan who might be able to tidy up a few things there and make it acceptable to everybody, because there are quite a few people who thought, not going to touch that, but whereas as I was saying, the sentiment, the idea behind it was perfectly right, I think, that these things that were quite clearly offshoots of another and readily identifiable, as you say, as the Harborelli or the Lat, could just be given something that people would find that little bit more easy to swallow. Anyway, we've got Andrea Stojadinov of Serbia on the mat against Sofia. I'm going to have to ask Freddie about that one. You're too far. Here comes Freddie to give us the Italian on it.
Petito.
That wasn't that difficult, was it?
Wasn't.
I just wanted him to get up. We only wanted you to get up. Sofia Petito of Italy. There you go. 2:26. No scorers yet. Single Shido picked up by the Italian. Her t-shirt is outside of the trousers in blue.
Oh, right.
She just her gi's just come undone, but she didn't have the t-shirt tucked inside the trousers, and I thought that was a rule.
Yes, I thought it.
You can see that through the skirt of the judogi, where it's got that a split on the sides. You can see the t-shirt's
Oh,
out.
yeah, that's right. Oh, nice Sienagi there.
Anyway, so just
She might have a
a silly
leotard or
point.
something underneath, but like you say, it's supposed to be all tucked in and tidied up.
I don't know how I know these not stupid rules, because that's the rules. I don't know how I come to know those rules, because that's something specifically for women, as
You're
men
a
don't wear
stickler
t-shirt.
for
I know,
rules,
oh,
aren't you?
terrible.
You really are. Where
Ter-
I'm one.
Old.
I'm a wee rebel.
That's an old. He's an old bloke.
And I'm the opposite. I'm a wee rebel.
Someone said that to me the other day. You know,
A stickler for the rules.
It's a five-year-old girl. She said, well, out of respect, I'm called Uncle Sheldon. She said, Uncle Sheldon, you look old.
Oh, nice.
I didn't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
No, I didn't think that was nice. Right, it's an odd morning because we're trying to keep warm here.
Yes,
So
it
maybe
is.
that's why we're drifting slightly from the commentary. But we've got a minute 27 left to go. Petito has picked up a second penalty now, so she's
The
got a bit of a
Serbian was
struggle.
trying desperate to get that Sangaku tie up there and just lost control.
She's useful play, you know.
She's putting a lot of
Stoyanov,
pressure, as when you look at it. Petito there with two Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so she's got to be very careful.
She's not even a number one. Stoyanov in Serbia. Who is it that is their number one? Then she's not here, is she? From Serbia, she's taking a rest. She's probably watching at home now. Time to tidy up. Doesn't look good, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's the thing.
It's Milica Nikolic.
Oh,
Who's, squeezed away into the top 10. A third penalty picked
Well,
up.
she takes that win against
Petito,
Petito,
yeah.
so it takes her into the second round.
Yeah, just mentioning quickly her teammate, Stoyadinov's teammate, Milica Nikolic, who's not here. She may be inscribed for Ekaterinburg. I don't know. I'd have to have a look. But
That's only a couple of weeks away as
yeah,
well.
well,
so
next weekend.
Is it next weekend?
Yeah.
So it is. Yeah, that's why we're looking at the athletes that are here, and a lot of the sort of top seeds will be heading across to the Ekaterinburg event. Difficult
Right.
to do back to back.
On at number one now, Monica Ungaranu of Romania faces Najle El Kahifi of Morocco. There you go. That was one that we had to ask about this morning. Ungaranu in the white judogi, El Khalifi in blue. And just to finish off on Milica Nicola, she's up there in the top 10 now. She's number 9
She's
on
doing
the
really
world
well.
ranking list.
She's
Yeah.
really making her presence known in these events. So always a danger when she comes onto the set. Oh, beautiful! She hooked in with the Ochigari, wrapped the leg around and swung through with the Uchimata. Beautifully done. What a finish. That combination is so effective, isn't it? The
Powerful.
Uchimata. Beautiful execution there.
Right, I'm going to go through the top 10 just out of interest. Just before Kimberly Renix comes to the mat against Aziz Shakir. It's the number one, world number one, Mukbat Urantsetsik of Mongolia. Number 2 is Tanaki Funa. There's the replay. Let Loretta talk us through that.
Well, as you can see, she hooked in that toe, catching the outside of the leg, and then goes for the Ochi, bears back, and then switches it
quickly,
forward.
yeah.
And the Uchimata, beautifully done.
Number 3 in the world, Daria Bila, did number 4, Kondo Ami, number 5, Irina Dolgova, number 6, Paula Pareto, number 7, Distra Krasnicki, number 8, Otgonsetzik Galbadrak, Milicia Nikolic is down there at number 9, that's who we were talking about, and number 10, Kang Yu-jong. What a top 10, that's a really tough top 10, yeah.
Scary top 10, as you would say.
Right, coming to the mat now, Kimberly Renix of Great Britain faces Aziza Shakir of Morocco. Renix in the white judogi, Shakir in blue. And just a reminder to people at home, you can choose whichever of the mats you want to watch. Just click on one and you'll get 1, 2, 3 and 3. And if you click on the little icon that looks like a microphone, then you'll get Loretta Pisac-Doyle and myself.
Well, Renix, one of the more mature athletes in this weight category. Commonwealth Games gold medalist. And Shakira is the current African champion. Looking to be a bit of a handful here. Shakira already one Shido down. Comes in looking very strong, as you can see there, with the left hand on the lapel. Spins through with the Sianagi. Blocked nicely by Renix, but gets herself caught up there, high collar, as an attempt of a Sutemi was in the Sumigeshi. Renix blocks it, but a bit of a 50-50 action there, so no score for either one of the athletes. So Renix, as you can see, is being blocked out with that left hand on the lapel. Shakira's working it through with the Sianagi. Most important thing is that for Shakira is to make it a strong attack with that Sianagi. She doesn't want to start. Oh, beautifully done. Oh, Chigari showed the Sianagi in the upper body and then switched it and caught Renix cold there. She really fell into that one. She fell into the trap there, but managed to rescue herself, and no score, but has picked up a Shido. So Shido apiece, and we're coming up to the halfway mark. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Shakira coming in with that left hand once more, blocking Renix's right side. She desperately tries to attack forward. She has got a very strong niwaza, but opted out of the transition there in the ground.
Next contest, Octatari 3, men under 60 kilograms first round. Please welcome in Portugal from Egypt, Ahmed Erfili. In Portugal from the Netherlands, Roy Koppelberg.
Well, the coach is being told to calm things down. Get a little bit excited out there, but medical attention now required for the Moroccan. Shakira, and Renix gets a little opportunity now to compose herself. Pieces herself out in the training in the south of England. Camberley Judo Club, and a coach which also coaches out there is Ashley Mackenzie, so the same club. 2 athletes participating here today. Luke Preston, the coach there, just giving some sound advice, and very experienced coach indeed. And previously coached Karina Bryant, who took an Olympic medal. Also junior world champion. Oh, what a change there. Well, she did lose the control. I'm not sure though, for me, she is a pickup merchant, we know that, and I thought that was hers. I really did feel that she had full control of that. Well, Shakira changing her grips and tactics now. She had that high collar grip and really came unstuck with that change of defences. Rennick's got caught again with the Ojigari. We've seen it once, she managed to get off, she put herself in the position again and got caught, but this time a Wazari now to the Moroccan. Now for Rennick, she's really got some work to do now. She's into the last 36 seconds of this competition. So 30 seconds remaining. A Wazari on the board for Shakira from Morocco, which is a real crowd pleasers. Woke this crowd up.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? You know, you want to have something to gee the crowd up. Shakira picks up the second penalty, however.
Shakira really has to be careful now. She picked up for something very, very silly indeed. Was the leg grab. Well, definitely makes a great impression of this home crowd, and Rennick will be desperately disappointed. That was really the Achilles heel, was that Ojigari. She fell for it every time, and but a great win for Shakira.
Yeah, she goes into round 2. Just going to update the contest sheet for the under 48 kilo category. See what's happening. Gabriela Chabana of Brazil is into round 2. She will face Francesca Giorda of Italy. Let's have a look and see who's coming up now. Rayan Moujed of Algeria, which is up against Wang Ka Li of Hong Kong. It's Moujed in the white judogi, Wang in blue. We spoke with Wang this morning. She was one of, oh, that's a lovely Uchimata. She was a fiery little character, as well as she demonstrated there. We were chatting to her and a couple of her teammates. Some of them are Cantonese speakers and some are Mandarins. Lovely right-sided effort there. Great finish. I only say that because some of the names, you can tell from the spelling of some of the names. Right, who have we got coming up next then? This is our first look at the under 52 kilo category. And to get things going, it's Martina Castanola of Italy. She's up against Alexandra Larissa Florian of Azerbaijan. Florian having moved over from Romania. She originally fought for Romania, but she is fighting for Azerbaijan now. Happens from time to time. Fighters move from one country to another, and that's the case with Florian. She leads by Wazari. Scored in the first 30 seconds. Tough draw, however. The winner of this faces world number 1 in the under 52 kilo category, Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer of France. That's the prize for that awaits the winner.
Prochain combat sur le penalty numéro 3 dans la catégorie des moins 57 kg. Merci d'accueillir en judo blanc représentant le Chine Taipei, Yin Chen-Ling. En judo bleu représentant le Maroc, Wissal Fadli.
Left-sided stance from Florian, making things awkward for Castanola. Almost got countered there. Right Ojigari from the Italian. It's not quite strong enough to threaten Florian, and Florian almost came up with the counter. Missed completely there. Beginning to look like a matter of time, I'm afraid. Florian looking really threatening here. Castanola picks up a penalty for passivity. So still that single score of Wazari picked up in the first 20 seconds or so by Florian is enough to keep her ahead. Almost countered there, Castanola. She's working hard enough, the Italian, but just not really getting through the defense of the Florian. Referee just calling Mate for a moment to see if Castanola was okay after taking a bit of a whack to the mouth, purely accidental. Well, Castanola stayed in this one for a little bit longer than I had thought. Having given up the early score, came under a bit of pressure after that, but she's weathered that storm. She's picked up a second penalty, this time for stepping out the competition area. Satemi was an effort from Florian, slightly speculative. It never really looked as though it was going to come off, and kind of telegraphed it. Castanola saw that one coming. She kind of walks on to that one, as I said. It looked as though that was on the cards for a while, didn't it? She got into the last minute. Reasonable effort from her, given that she'd gone behind very early on in the contest. Managed to hang in there. Right, we're going to go down to map number 3 now. We're going to take a look at the contest that is already underway in the under 57 kilo category, and that's Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. She's up against Cleonia Riciu of Romania. It's Kowalczyk in the white judogi, Riciu in blue. Kowalczyk has already scored Rosario. She was coming under serious threat of a Judo Gatami there. The winner of this one fights Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel, the number 1 seed in the next round. Oh, and I beg your pardon, that is not the case. That is not the case. Who is it? It's Lian Chenling, the number 2 seed, who awaits the winner of this contest, not the number 1. Number 2 seed. If that makes a big difference, because that is a tough draw. Into the last minute, Kowalczyk continues to lead by Wazari. Almost came up with the right-sided Marta Seonagi there. Trying to work the turnover here at the same time as burning some of the clock, but into the left Kezigatami, that will do. That will do nicely. A little bit too strong at the end, no power left to try and get herself out of that one. Cleonia Riciu loses out to Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. Well, it'll be Kowalczyk and Lian Chenling in the second round. That should be interesting because Kowalczyk is a fast improving, strong fighter. So that's going to be a tough second round contest for Lian Chenling.
She looks so confident here today as well.
Right, as she walks past Sabrina Filzmöser of Austria. Sabrina Filzmöser of Austria in the white judogi faces Martina Logidice of Italy. It's Filzmöser in the white judogi. Lo Giudice in the white judogi. So, good thing we've got Freddie here, isn't it?
I know.
With the Italian names.
Good old Freddie comes up there always at trumps.
He gave me that signal that Giudice is like juice. Giudice. Okay. Thank you for that. It's easy to get the names wrong, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's so difficult.
And we thank all of you at home for your patience.
Yes, and true understanding.
I don't know what they must make of it in China and Korea, various places where undoubtedly we are absolutely hammering them. However, we do go to the warm-up area every morning and walk round and try and, get it sorted, but I can't remember all of them. And invariably we'll get a few wrong.
Well, it was the young lady in the under 52s that really threw us, wasn't it? Choi.
Yeah, that's right. T-S-U-I.
Shuki.
Yeah, Choi.
Choi.
Choi Cookie.
And it started with a T. It was
Yeah.
with a Sui, we thought.
Choi
wasn't
Suki.
it?
Choi Suki.
Choi Suki.
And it really came out sounding quite like a Korean name. Choi Suki. We've got a referee called Hyun Suki. He's from the Republic of Korea. That's very sweet. We've just been brought a box of tissues from one of the helpers. No doubt that's to wipe your runny nose. It's so cold in there. They don't want to know about that at home, do they? No score as yet between Filzmers in the white judogi and Lo Giudice of Italy. 2 minutes gone, and we're penalty free. Uchigari effort, right-sided from Filzmers, but the Italian is nice and strong and stands up to that, defends it well.
Well, the Italian very strong in their defences there, as you can see, blocking quite nicely the shoulder of the right side of Filmosa. Comes in for Sutemiwaza, blocked in a very strong way. She falls down into the Niwaza, looking to try and get an opportunity down there, but as you can see, but Sabrina trying to rescue it.
Next contest, number 2, men under 60 kilograms, first round. Please welcome in white from Kazakhstan, Marjal Janjani. In blue judogi from Serbia, Samuel Kukash.
Filzmers looking for the Niwaza, and we know the Austrians are very, very strong when you get an opportunity down there, and you can see looking for that turnover. And she wrapped over that arm, but ran out of contest area. She reaches across for Harai, just clipping the back of the leg there for possibly the combination there of the Osota. Mozawi, as you can see, that right hand going deep onto the back, looking for every opportunity possible to get past that strong left hand defence there, as you can see, by the Italian. Koichigari stumbled the Italian backwards. Good flurry of attacks there, a lot of pressure on the edge of the contest area for the Italian, and she'll be delighted that little bit was out of the way, because she did look in a little bit of trouble there, just on the edge of the contest area, and Filzmers really was piling that pressure on. She was desperate to try and get this all done and dusted in the contest time at the 4 minutes, but sadly we go into the golden score now. Both have engaged very strongly in this contest. No Shiros on the board as yet. Lovely Uchigari. Oh, nicely done. What a throw. What a finish. The Jiu-Jitsu, you did say, takes the win for Italy. She does it in style, there's no doubt about it, with a beautiful Ouchigari, and it'd be nice to get a replay on that one. And here we have it, the Ouchigari really controlled with that left hand on the right shoulder, stretching, drawing both shoulders out square to get the maximum benefit of that Ouchigari. What a drive, and you can see that right foot driving back towards her opponent. Nicely done. Now we have, representing Belgium in the white, Liber. And she's up against the young lady from Dominican Republic, Rosa, in the blue. Well, the winner of this will meet the Italian in the next round. Libya coming in with the Ochigari. Very strong attack there. Rosa picking up the first judo. Just gone past the first minute of the contest, so ideal situation is starting to accumulate then. Libya dropping underneath her opponent. Both really struggling against the defences of each other. Neither of them getting the ideal opportunity to come through deep enough to make any of their attacks effective enough. Rosa's starting to look quite strong out there now. They're taking the first judo, and now we're a minute and a half remaining in this contest. A judo apiece, both these athletes, but it's been a little bit of a stalemate at this moment between them.
One of your picks from this morning, Romaric Buda of France, is just about to take to mount number 2 if you want to go down there. Loretta, he's up against Valentin Alipiev of Bulgaria. What do you think? If you want to continue watching Mina Liba and Anna Rosa, just click on 3. But given that Loretta already picked out this pair, let's go to mount number 2. We're going to have, well...
You just...
just missed out. Yeah, just missed out. I don't know. Maybe we caught the end of it. I don't know. Freddie is a Superman. You know, you may have caught the end of that.
Well,
you only had 25 seconds to catch it. So let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Oh, Sodi.
Yeah, trapped the sleeve, didn't he? Couldn't get off it. Tied up. Whoa.
Oh, nice. He's so dynamic, as what I said. He's such an exciting athlete. Cadet European champion. Oh my goodness me. What a transition he's made into the senior world tour.
Mina Liba has scored, by the way, down on mount number 1 now. She leads with 20 odd seconds left to go. Here, Gitan Debert of France is up against Wilsa Gomez of Portugal. Debert in the white judo gi, Gomez in blue. Can't believe that when we leave here on Monday it's going to be 29.
29 degrees. What is it now? 14.
Yeah. We've been rather unlucky. It's what is it? 11:30 here in Marrakech, and the temperature has risen to balmy 14 degrees. I think it was about 8 this morning.
Oh God,
bit
it felt
chilly,
like
bit chilly,
minus
yeah.
8. It was so cold.
We'll pick up in a couple of hours, I'd imagine.
Well, I keep saying that. Just hopefully it'll come true.
There's a chance.
Well, good flurry of attacks there.
Had a good grip,
Gomez,
didn't she?
yeah, she kept the grip and she
Yeah.
kept putting the pressure on at the edge of the contest area. So French girl has to really now do a little bit of work. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Debed coming with a high collar grip, but once again Gomez totally dismissing that move to get in first with the hips and stumbling her opponent down to the ground. So again, just being first each time on the exchange. Debed trying desperately to chase the grip. Tomonagi attempt as she tries to draw her down into the Niwaza. It was one of the first strong attacks from White. High collar grip there from Debed. Looked for the Seanagi. She piled the pressure onto the edge of the contest area, which this time paid off as Gomez picks up the first Shido now. We're into the halfway mark now, 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. And Debed looking to slightly pick up in the second half of this contest, but still rides those Seanagis that look very dangerous indeed. Gomez still piling on that pressure, still looking very sharp indeed and dangerous. Debed coming over, but waits for the counter this time, and it pays off. Wazari on the board now with 1 minute 20 seconds, and she perseveres down in the Niwaza, looking for the shimiwaza, the choke. Not quite sure from this angle whether she has the application on, but no, it's the arm lock. And you can see the hand wavering there, not knowing if she's going to get out or not. Gomez just about slips the elbow out of the extension of that engagement. So Gomez did really well. She's into the last minute now. 53 seconds. Can she come back from this? Well, she'd looked dangerous throughout the contest. Those hips, if she connects, can be something that will work for her, but Debed, has she built up the confidence to now start taking the lead and moving forward? She's got the Wazari on the board, and we know that you cannot hold back on that, but there's no Shidos as well, so tactically she's in a position that she could play this in a very tactical way rather than opening herself up and engaging in a throw with the chance of possibly getting countered. But needs to be very strong in her defences. Gave herself a little bit of time to compose herself, which she knows, which will be a run to the final line here for Gomez as she, with good aerial awareness, spins off that Tomonagi. Tries to get her arm out, but as we know, the valuable seconds are ticking away and they're not on the side of Gomez as she really advances as quickly as she can. She's on the belt, and Debed defends well as she works to the edge of that contest area. Gomez desperately trying to get through, but with 4 seconds to go, it's looking very much the win will go to France. Debed hanging on. And the last exchange, a gutsy performance there from Gomez. Wilsa but sadly just got caught. So debut for France goes through to the second round of the under 57 kilos. And now we have on tatami 2 is Ohai of Romania in the white. So you're of Hong Kong and Ohio of Romania in white. Young coming out very feisty indeed, quite considerably smaller than her opponents, and as you can see, Ohai with a high collar now right onto the belt where she has that uchimata. The hips come through into the makikomi finish. Once more, Ohai. Right hand deep onto the back there, controlling her opponent quite nicely as she comes in for the uchimata, transitions down into the niwaza there, as you can see, looking for the sangaku. But referee calling a halt to it. Defended nicely by Young. Once more, Ohai comes in, digs in deep with the legs, trying to get a better connection this time before trying to rotate her opponent over. Feisty attempt there, good gripping actions from both. Once more beats her opponent to the attack, turning the hips and getting that rotation. Needs to tidy up the finishing of the attack. Loses all control at the latter stage of her entries, and but has a comfortable lead with the Wazari with 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining in this contest. Well, the Romanian taking full advantage of that height as she throws that right hand high onto the collar, hooks in with the Ouchigari, defends well. Blue.
The next contest on tatami 3 is women's 57 kilogram first round. Please welcome in white from Kazakhstan, Anna Kazulina. In blue judogi from Ivory Coast, Zulaya Abzena Kahon.
Well, coming up to the last minute, the Romanian now working, as we'd seen. She'd threatened a few times in the niwaza. The sangaku legs there, but she gets that turnover. She comes back up now to turn and brace into the shoulder for the osakomi. She's hooked on the arm this time, and there you have the sangaku osakomi. Sangaku gatami. nicely done, and a very effective win indeed for the Romanian Ohai. Now she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. And this will be up against the American in white, Friedlander, and she'll be up against the German, Koban. Now Koban got a 7th place in Dusseldorf, had a great performance a couple of weeks ago. They're obviously on home ground, but did give a really good account and showed real promise for the German team. Young athlete that's coming through very nicely indeed. As you can see, straight away, very strong gripping style against the American, who gets caught with that ouchigari. Koban turns her over nicely for the jujikatami. Ties up, the legs need to be a bit more tidier there, as you can see, loose legs, which enables her opponent to spin out of that position. Really basic mistake there made by the German, which is very unusual because the Germans are normally really hot in the Niwaza. Friedlander there, as you can see, with that right hand bracing on almost the belt level of her opponent, looking to exchange to get the hips through, but really a defensive gripping style at this moment. Well, they've let that one ride. Give her the oh, nice combination of Uchima to the Kouchigari, then swings through underneath for the shimiwaza that she has there. What an exchange. And Ippon from Lisa. Well, again, a great start for the German, Koban. Sadly for Friedlander, it's not to be this day, but I'm quite sure we'll see her again very shortly on the World Tour. Koban will be up against Ohai of Romania a little bit later on. That'll be very interesting because of the styles that these athletes have, and possibly a little bit of a clash between both of them. Borowska now representing Poland in white. Bedan of Morocco in the white, in the blue, sorry. Bedan being, they're getting caught at the early seconds of that contest. Not a start she'd gone in hoping for, but experience gained, and again a move forward in the right direction. But for Borowska, a good win and a great start, which will build her confidence going through to the second stage of this under 57 kilos. Now we have Bergstraat of the Netherlands in white, Memedova of Uzbekistan in blue. And the winner of this match will meet Borowska of Poland in the second round. Memedova picking up the first Shido now. An early start to be accumulating the Shidos. Bostra tried to turn her opponent over there, left herself a little bit loose in that transition. Mehmedova tried to capitalize on it. Sadly, was in a wrong positioning there, but took full advantage of the mistake made by the Dutch athlete. A little bit of a warning there for Bostra. Make sure that she's a little bit more tidier in her transition work.
Golden score, tatami 3.
Well, Bergstra, as you can see, is just slightly taller than her opponent. She's got those long limbs again that we see so often that can cause so many problems. And a nice display of judo from not having to engage too deep against her opponent. But she's getting her head pulled down there as Mehmedova trying to draw her head down to her own height, breaking down any defenses there, and straight away on the attack from an attempt of a Sianagi, and pounces on her in the Niwaza, trying to create an opportunity down there. Well, she's piling the pressure on. It's not one of the most comfortablest positions to be as you defend in the Niwaza. And as you can see from the actions there, it was across the face, so very, very uncomfortable. But for that ordeal, she picks up her Shido, and it's one apiece. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Bergstra comes in with the Uchimata, scores Ippon, and a great finish. Well, that exchange in the Niwaza just made her angry, I think, and straight away came out for business on the first exchange after that, scoring the Ippon and taking herself through to the next round, where she'll be up against Borowska of Poland in that next round.
Next contest, on tatami 2, women of the 57 kilogram first round. Please welcome in one judo from Slovenia, Kaiser.
So now we have coming up is Kaiser of Slovenia in the white, Wilson of Great Britain in blue. Well, Marlin really starting to try and make an impact on this world circuit in the Grand Prix. Still hasn't got any results under her belt at this moment at this level, but gaining a lot of experience and exposure. But she's up against a tough opponent, Kaiser.
Yeah, it's no surprise any longer when you fight someone from Slovenia. You're going to have your hands full, aren't you? Men or women, it doesn't matter.
They're both doing extremely well, aren't they? They're starting to get some real depth as well in some of the weight categories. But the transition in Niwaza is normally very, very good. But this young lady, Wilson, comes from Edinburgh, so she's out of the same club as Sally Conway of Great Britain. As we know, won the gold medal in Dusseldorf a couple of weeks ago.
Tell you what, we're talking about who could feature in a team event, and surely, you know, Slovenia can't be that far away from having a reasonable team.
They've got some,
because they've got heavyweight women as well. That's and important.
That's the anchor, isn't it? That's a really important weight category to try and accomplish a strong win. Is that heavyweights, and not many countries do have a heavyweight. Kaiser last year in Agadir was silver medalist, along with a bronze medal in the Grand Prix in Tashkent. Very familiar to being on a podium at this level of competition. Marlon, strong gripping actions there, as you can see, that left hand controlling the head nicely, using her feet well, and she works with the ouchigari and kouchigari, as you can see there. Kaiser comes in, turns the hips for an attempt of a makikomi, but straight away Wilson in there for the niwaza. And Wilson does have very strong niwaza skills, so she'll be very comfortable in engaging down there in the ground. Well, it's a battle of the kumikata with both these athletes, real grappling skills here, showing a very aggressive approach to this contest. Kaiser with one shido and lack of engagement, picks up her second shido, feeling the pressure now as Wilson really comes into the attack, but gets her head caught up there again, once more, trying to draw the head down, and this is where Wilson's got to be very careful. She's got to keep her head up, her posture straight, and she picks up a shido. Well, she was on the defense there with that high collar grip. She didn't like it. Slightly smaller than her opponent, so it's not an ideal positioning to be in. Once more she gets the collar, but this time dismisses it very quickly. Fell in an awkward position there as she tried to go into the niwaza and take full advantage over Kaiser in the ground, but that positioning as she fell just didn't give her the leverage that she needed. And there's the second shido, so she quickly starts accumulating the shidos, 2 apiece.
Inside the last minute. Now, one single score would finish it here. I can't see anyone coming back from a score if they give up one now.
Well, both have to stay fighting here. There, Wilson straight and pounces into the niwaza once more, looks for the shimiwaza from that positioning. Kaiser very strong in the ground herself, defends well. Wilson, as she tries to engage, gets past the strong defences, those long limbs, uses her feet to detract from the upper body as we come into golden score. Well, both athletes asked to tidy up their gis before they commence with the golden score. Still plenty of bounce in Wilson. Good condition, good fighting spirit. Kaiser really has had a battle on her hands here against, for her, an unknown. Now she controls the sleeves, and this is important. She doesn't want to get her head caught up with the ouchigari. A good attack there, and pounces once more into the niwaza as she tries to come through there under the arm. And she has a lovely little turnover there as she comes under that arm and takes the furthest lapel and then crosses over to the opposite side. It's very effective when she gets an opportunity. This time she was a little bit slow to react when she tried, but that's the real danger for her. That high collar grip, Kaiser pulling the head down, making her opponent look quite passive, and then hooking in with that ouchigari. Now that is what Wilson has to avoid. She gets once more the sleeves, she controls the sleeves, hooks in with the ouchigari and battles away on the edge of the contest area. Well, this has really been an exciting match between both these athletes. It's been a battle and a half between both of them. And really, you don't want to see either one of them picking up that third and final shido. Ouchigari then from Kaiser. She's looking for the Sianagi. That's 2 strong attacks there. Now for Wilson, she's trying to draw her into the niwaza, but She wants to get a couple of attacks in the Tachiwaza to counteract what's just been done on her with the Seoinage and the Ouchigari. High collar grip from Wilson, comes in with the Ouchigari once more, drops through straight away on the top, now works into the Niwaza. Again, a good attack from Wilson. Both of these athletes giving 1 for 1. But it keeps her out of trouble. The high collar grip there, Kaiser trying to get. Wilson breaking it off, but needs to work with the break off. Comes in. 2 strong engagements there with the grips from Kaiser. Once more, both athletes asked to tidy up. 2 minutes have gone in this golden score. It's been very exciting indeed. Neither one of them closer to getting through to the second round as yet. You couldn't put the name on the next line. But again, another strong attack. Wilson getting caught up there, as you can see, with the sleeve. But she needs to put an attack in now. 2 very strong exchanges from the Slovenian. Wilson engages, draws her opponent, uses the feet, gets that stumbling action there from Kaiser's Sodi attempt there from Kaiser as a reaction. Wilson trying to battle past those long limbs and the defences of the Slovenian. Two minutes, 47 seconds, 6.5 minutes out there, more than 6.5, coming up to the 7th minute. And both these athletes looking still very fresh out there. So the attempt there from Kaiser. Marlene Wilson trying to get over the top, gets the high collar grip. Ooh, almost left herself so open there for the counter. The Ouchigari, she came in, but she was far too high on the high collar grip. She needed to draw that head down. That was a very lucky escape there from Wilson.
Kaiser looked as though she was waiting for that, didn't she?
Oh, she was there, ready for the pounce, wasn't she? Wilson did extremely well to get off that. Cross grip there, but Wilson once more finds her head being... She comes in, she does get that movement, but really under a lot of pressure with the high collar grip from Kaiser.
Yeah, a little bit untidy with that last effort, almost got caught.
No, it really is down to the condition now of these athletes who can sustain that amount of effort out there that we've seen already for 7. Osoto Makakomi attempt there. Again, 2 strong attacks from Kaiser. Not sure whether she ducked underneath that arm or something. Oh, did she slip it under?
There was the suspicion of that,
yeah.
And then you want to know, how did the hand get over on the other side?
Yeah, they've given it. And for ducking underneath there. But what a battle there. For Wilson, she was out there and she gave it her all. A great performance from this young lady. And with very little experience at this level, so up against a tough opponent, Kaiser really had her work cut out for her.
Right, we can go down to mat number 3. Let's go and have a look and see what's happening with Gofran Khalifi of Morocco. She's up against Autumn Pavia of France. It's Khalifi in the white judogi, Pavia in blue. We join it just as Pavia's attacking with that Uchimata.
Well, Pavia, we mentioned earlier on at the opening of the day of the experience this young lady has under her belt already. A young mother that's come back from just having a baby and been looking actually very, very strong out there.
No scorers yet. 2 penalties picked up by Khalifi. We've got 1 minute and 20 odd left to go.
Pavia with a high collar grip there, very strong. Looks for that Ochu-Chimata combination.
And if he stepped out
Yep.
of the contest area, that was a third penalty in that. That puts paid to her day, unfortunately for her. It's Autumn Pavia who, on the back of the 3 penalties picked up by her opponent, goes through to round 2. Round 2 of the under 57 kilo category.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit challenging on the next one, where she'll be up against Stoll in that second round match. Emily Stoll.
Yeah. Maybe not the strongest of the 2 Stoll sisters, but hey.
They battle, don't they? Maybe with Emily on her own in this tournament will give her that opportunity to rise.
Could be. Right, let's have a look at round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. Yelan Zerikranov of Kazakhstan faces Daniel Perez Roman of Spain. It's Zerikranov in the white judogi, Perez in blue. That's on mat number 3. We're going to ask Freddie to take us to mat number 2, because on mat number 2, Adrian Gombots of Slovenia faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. It's Gombots in the white judogi, Mudranov in blue. We're going along to mat number 2 to have a look at the second round in the under 66 kilo category. And it's our second look at Mudranov today.
Well, it was a bit of a warm-up, wasn't it, for him in the first round. He didn't look as sharp, but it's always difficult to say in the first round how someone's going to perform throughout the day. But a win's a win. He's through now into the second round. A bit more of a challenging match here in this second round.
Yeah,
with
up against the number 1
seed.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, indeed. Draw wasn't really that helpful.
It wasn't, was it? No, it wasn't favourable.
If there's a place that you don't want to be, it's in the same quarter as the number 1 seed.
And if you're the number 1 seed, you don't want to be drawn first
Olympic champion.
Because he had a bye in the first right. So for the Slovenian, it's his first match against an Olympic champion. Yeah. So not a nice one, is it? It's not.
Albeit that we just have to add very quickly that he's the Olympic champion from the weight
in the
below.
Weight
Nevertheless, it wouldn't have been Gombots' first choice for an opponent.
No,
this
definitely
morning.
not. And you don't become Olympic champion with not having something special. Well, as they battle away, definitely this is not going to be an easy match for either one of these athletes. Gombot, as we know, it's his first match. And we always know as an athlete, trying to get that first match is so important under your belt. It really lets you know how your day's going to go. And even on a bad day, someone like Gombot can persevere through and get through into the final stages and on that podium. But you have to raise your game when you're up against an Olympic champion. There's no doubt about it, albeit in the under 60 kilos Olympic champion. First impression, first match, he was very, very strong in the opening against Scheibel of Germany. Great win there. Gombot trying to claim that attack there, but I think it was an attempt of a Sutemi-waza from the Russian and a false attack, hence the reason he picks up his second Shido. Now, this really changes the dynamics of this contest, going into golden score with 2 Shidos, and it's looking like this contest will go into golden score. It's got 45 seconds remaining in this match, and it's been a head-to-head situation, but Mudranov making a few errors, especially with that transition. He desperately wants his opponent there, but Gombot trying to cleverly tried to tactically steal it at the latter stage of this contest, and it backfired on him as he picks up the first Shido. Mudranov comes in over the hips, and yes! There you have it! Awazari, he just fell short of getting that ippon. It looked like the height he was taking, it was going to go for the ippon, but he just clipped him on the shoulder and no more. Gombok defended so well, but really with 13 seconds remaining, but in fairness to Shido's, he cannot afford to hold back now. He cannot afford to make any mistakes there. He does a Sutemi Waza attempt. He comes round the back, trapping both Gombok's arms. And there you have a great win. And the timing was perfect. Mudranov goes through to the third round of the under 66, and that was a great win. Sadly for the number 1 seed, he goes out in the first match, which was the second round. He had a bye in the first, but there was no stopping that, and there was definitely no defense of that throw.
Well, we spoke about the throwing skills of Mudranov and whether he'd be able to balance that against having to move up to a new weight category. And what you can't take away from someone is the throwing skills.
And look at there, he's got the arm around the waist for the Ogoshi, but he actually starts it from his opponent being in Niwaza. He picks him off the ground. Gombok tries to come out and get out of danger, but he really puts himself onto the hips, but there it goes. He's also got that sleeve that traps it. There's no defense. There was no way Gombok could get out of that.
Nedim Beyat of Turkey is the referee who's waiting for the two fighters coming on to the mat now. That's Maulinin and Khachatryan. Maulinin of Kazakhstan and Khachatryan of Ukraine. Round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. We will probably stay here for a while. A few good contests coming up, mind you. As you get further and further in the rounds, then it becomes increasingly more difficult to make your choices because there are so many good matchups to choose from. So it will be up to you at home to decide what you want to watch, and you can click on any of the mats and follow whichever of the contests you feel that you want to watch. I'll stick on mat 2 for a while, I think. Single Shido picked up by Abilkaya Maulinin of Kazakhstan. That fighter just defending on the ground here. Khachatryan's just had to fall off to his left side to try and get this leg out. Whether he can continue to control the top half is the question now. Masai Komi has been called. It's not the strongest. It's good enough to pick up with Wazari, however. That's on the board. A few more seconds left to go here. Just got to hold him, and he couldn't. Couldn't hold him for the full time. Must have been up about 18 seconds by that time. Anyway, leads by Wazari, there's Khachatryan.
women's under 48 kilograms. Second round. Please welcome in Judo from Israel, Sheila Rishoni. In blue judo from Austria, Katarina Tanzer.
Kachatrian was so close to taking that contest. Kick himself if Marlon is able to come back after that. Really want to try and finish this off if he can. I suppose those of you who've been watching judo for quite a while must have noticed by now the insistence of the referees that the players tidy their kit up. That's going to be something that is going to be a bit of an issue, because if the kit is not fixed properly, then one of the fighters will be at a disadvantage. So more and more they're going to try to make sure that the kits are tucked into belts that are tied properly in order to ensure that there is the best possible chance for both fighters to carry out the techniques. So that's why you may have noticed that the referees are just that little bit sharper at the moment on making sure that the judoka are all tidied up properly. Kachatrian was on the verge of taking this contest a couple of minutes ago, but just missed out on the last couple of seconds of the Osakami, and then Malonen made things difficult for him towards the back end of the contest. However, Kachatrian managed to hang on to that single score, and with that he goes in to round 3. There are 3 rounds: quarter-final, semi-final, and then final. There we go. Kachatrian safely through to round 3. Coming up next, Ahmed Abdelrahman of Egypt faces Daniel Jean of France. It's Abdelrahman in the white judogi, Jean in blue.
From France, Daniel Jean.
And we may stay here after this contest, because coming up next will be our very own Greg Very. How's it look? Last week was doing the filming. This week he's up there in the Grand-Prix circuit. Daniel Jean has already got that left ear strapped up. Horrible when you've picked up that kind of injury and you want to just protect the ear, but in order to do it you've got to strap the whole head, or else that strapping just comes away.
Please welcome in water judo from Spain. Julia Figueroa. In blue judogi from Portugal, Maria Sigurdo.
Single Shido picked up by Daniel Jean at the halfway point. That didn't look too clever. Rahman putting some pressure on there, and Daniel Jean with a rather weak-looking Makikomi effort, but he got away with it. Rahman who takes a whack to the eye there, slowed him down a little. Just taking a bit of a breather here, Abel Rahman. You can see that from a slightly bent over stance, and just trying to keep that right side away from Daniel Jean. And not only did we see it from our commentary position, but so too did the referee. Didn't get fooled there. And Abel Rahman, picked up a rather unnecessary penalty. Beautiful done there. That was really well done.
And the timing, 45 seconds.
Don't you start. I feel bad when I say it, you know. But it just
is it.
Well, at some stage it's going to happen, isn't it?
It's it is perfect timing, though. It's a sort of time scale of no return, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the key here. Let's say they land at 40 or 40 odd seconds, and you spend the next, the 20 seconds have gone.
Yeah. Niwaza exchange. Yeah. You throw them, you carry into the Niwaza exchange. It's
exactly.
going to be very, very difficult.
Half of the time that was left, you then eat up with that, the continuation of that technique. You get back up, he looks at the clock, he rushes like crazy, you give up the second score. And you've got one penalty against you. You can burn one in the last few seconds, which he is about to here. He may get away with that Makikomi. If he hadn't been pressured into that Makikomi, he would have picked up another. Just ask them to tidy up their gis quickly. This no longer is the signal for an end of the contest. Anyway, he picks up another Shido, as we said, and there it is. I'll go back to something that I've been saying for quite a while now. It is possible to look at the state of a contest and now begin to just read it and say, hey, this is going to happen. Or this is the most likely thing that's going to happen.
Athletes are they're so experienced, aren't they? So they know how to tactically, how to run a match through to the end.
I'm going to say tactically aware rather than tactically astute, because astute sounds as though there's some brain power involved in there. There's no brain power involved in that. You just need to know what you're doing. And
I don't know. I think so. To be able
clever.
You have to be definitely clever to avoid picking up the Shidos or being disqualified. So some of them just generally it comes natural to them to be very tactical, and others they actually put that on because it's part of their final preparation.
Right, coming on to mat number 2, Soufiane Hamdawi of Morocco faces Greg Vary of Great Britain. Hamdawi in the white judogi, Vary in blue. Let's see how that man gets on. He starts with a low right-sided Ippon Sanagi effort that maybe just goes a little bit too far.
Just lost a little bit control at the latter stage of that. His hips went through too deep. Didn't really connect there. maybe running on a little bit of nervous energy at this particular moment. Needs to just calm it down slightly. He's getting his hand caught up there, as you can see. That sleeve grip is causing a few problems there. But he's got free, and is an opportunity now for him to, as you can see, he's taken a deep breath there, and those pre-match nerves have just started to come out. And he's looking to be a little bit more settled now. Draws the head down. Comes in, a good exchange there, but lost the confidence as he continue through with that. It's quite interesting. Normally you see Greg with walking around the arena with a suit and tie on.
Yeah.
But
different suit today.
Definitely a different suit.
It's nice and upright.
But it just shows our viewers that the knowledge that people that are in the working environment delivering at these events. And here's someone like Greg that's knows what it's like to be a top international athlete.
Shaped for that Serenagi again, and then maybe a little look at Ojigari. So those are 2 signs.
Oh, well, he got caught there cold with that Osotogari, just off at the edge there.
A little bit flat-footed, wasn't he?
Very, very switched off for a split second there. Left himself very open. Deep exchange there of the grips. Throws that arm over, catches the collar. Both opting to draw each other's head down, but he has a slight advantage there. He draws the chin over the arm. The Makakomi comes across there for the Moroccan. Vari looking still troubled with the grips, especially that sleeve.
Thought about going for the Osodo again there. It was a little bit too far away. Hamdawi, luckily for Very as well. You don't want him getting in there again. Minute 30 odd to go.
Vari has been plagued with that right sleeved grip of his opponent. It's controlling him, but he's got free here. Cross grips it, comes over the top. Within that exchange though, the Moroccan comes in with the Serenagi.
He trapped the arm so he couldn't attack him on the ground there. That would have been a good opportunity at minute 22 just to take a little bit of the pace out of the standing contest and try something on the ground. But he had the right arm trapped after that attack from Hamdawi, so he couldn't attack.
Vari takes the lapel, he throws that arm again, trying to control the shoulder, but he doesn't do a very good job at that, as you can see. Hamdawi is coming in with the Serenagi, was a little bit looser. Oh, he tried there for the counter.
Yeah.
Vari needs to be a little bit deeper on his grips, a bit more controlling. Picks up a second Shido there for passivity.
Now that he's got the grip,
grip.
That left arm just pushing into the ribs there.
And that's a Shido offence there, but it comes through, nicely done. Scorner Wazari. Beautiful.
Great timing.
35 seconds.
Well, he actually went over a little bit earlier, went over on the 40, and now Greg's really clever here. We'll try to work the top half.
He needs to do.
Needed just to show a little bit more that he was trying to get that leg out.
He was very slow to react
to allow him that little bit more time. Now we've got 27 seconds. Problem for Greg is he's picked up 2 penalties here. Yeah. He can't afford to back off here at all. Yeah. And when Hamdawi misses with an attack, Greg Vari's got to be on him really, really quickly to take advantage of any chance to work on the ground. Like here, he should be standing up attacking.
And he looks up at the clock to see how much time he's got. But this is an advantage there. Comes through. A bit awkward looking there, but definitely the clock ticks away. 6 seconds to go.
Not long enough.
But he really, I don't know, if you've got 3 Shidos and he makes a mistake, then
he's got to grip strong here.
Got to be careful.
That's all that he's got to do, and he's taken this one.
Strong grip.
Yeah, gone now. No attack in the 6 seconds from Hamdawi. You know, 6 seconds, is one attack.
Yes.
And unfortunately, he just ran out of steam there, Hamdawi. Mind you, I suppose Grigvari had run out of steam as well. However, he did have the Wazari, so
Yep.
he could afford to. Tough one into round 3 of a Grand Prix. Good for you, old boy. Well, young man.
Yeah, he's doing
Young
well.
man.
It's good. No, it's good. Very, very good result for him.
Right, there you go. Well, I said we were going to hang around on map 2 for a bit. Imad Basu won't be long before he's around. I don't see any need for us to be wandering away. Azida Temelkov out of Bulgaria and Sinan Sandal, but we'll stick here. We'll watch Akadov and Eldrisi. Yeah, Sharkan Akadov of Uzbekistan faces Ayub Eldrisi of Qatar. It's Akadov in the white judogi, Eldrisi in blue. That was a good little tussle, wasn't it? It's not necessarily the highest of quality with the greatest of respect to two fighters. You know, they both say that, but it was a good battle. That was the important thing.
Eldrazi looking there to use his feet, opening up his opponent. I don't know who's controlling who at this particular moment. Both opting for that deep sleeve grip, drawing the sleeve down, which isn't an engaging grip, and the referee could call, referee calls mate. Well, Eldrisi takes the Shido. I thought it was a 50-50 shot there. I really didn't see any attempt to try and break away that grip. Well, both battling Kumikato, trying desperately there. Then nice Sodi attempt there, beautifully executed. Akadov looking strong out there. Eldrisi with one Shido on the board with the gripping infringement that we saw a little bit earlier on. Well, both dancing around the handbags at this particular moment. Neither one of them really being gutsy enough to go out there first. Sutemi was Eldrisi, but really played it safe on the edge of the contest area. Ducking and diving, moving around. Eldrisi really, in some way, a hit and run situation that he is at the moment against the Uzbekistan. Akadov doesn't seem to be able to get two hands on him long enough to be able to do anything about it. Gets both opting for sleeve grips. Bit of a head-to-head clash here. And we're into the last minute. Sianagi, but again, so far apart on the edge of that contest area. And Akadov taking the first Shido, so it's one apiece now. In fairness, you feel for the Azerbaijan really, because he's not getting a chance to settle in at this moment. Eldrisi just a bit of a pitter-patter moving around his opponent, a hit-and-run Merchant, and Amoroti Sianagi nicely rescued there as Eldrizzi tried to spin out of the attack, but controlled enough to score a Wazari. Well, Eldrizzi really now has to start engaging. No more dancing around in a hit-and-run situation. He really does have to grip up, and I think this is where Akadov will do more damage, because this time he'll get a chance to really get hold of his opponent. He'd been really chasing it up until now, and eventually the chase paid off. He managed to get two hands on long enough to be able to come in with the Amoroti Sianagi, and Eldrizzi really will have to start showing what he's capable of doing. And we've seen that Sianagi a couple of times is so far away from the attack that he's not going to score with that. Now panic is starting to set in from this young man.
Next contest, contest number 3. It's men's under 66 kilograms, second round. Please welcome in the zone from Germany, Sebastian Zander, and the blue zone from Portugal.
Akadov there doing extremely well. What was a very difficult match indeed. It was frustrating for him, but he managed to get, when he had the opportunity, the two hands on to be able to get that score, to be able to secure the win and the place in the third round. So the winner of this match coming up will meet Akadov from Uzbekistan a little bit later on, and this is between Imad Basu and we have representing Spain Nieto Chizado here from Spain. Chinaro. Oh, Neto Chinaro. Fast on the feet, skipping action side to side, left to right, has a controlling left hand on the right lapel. Basu trying to keep up with him at this particular moment. But both picking up a Shido piece. No real engagement there, just a battle of the grips and a control. In the warm-up area earlier on, we were delighted to meet the father of Imad. Very proud man indeed, who's their coach, as well as being their father.
The Judo Grand-Slam 2019 bronze medalist from Portugal, Carolina Costa, in blue zone from Serbia,
and also, it's a great learning tool and a good coaching tool for him, watching the live streaming on the internationals and the world tour throughout the world. So for him, it can observe and learn and develop by just watching the screen, when he saves him a fortune from traveling all over the world. Oh, nice attack there. Nieto Chinaro really was on the back foot on that attack. Sharp reactions from Basu. Sianagi, oh, beautifully done. What an entrance, what a finish. And to the delight of this crowd. And they've upgraded it to the Ippon. Well, it was sharp enough at this angle. Didn't see the actual landing, but definitely an absolute pleaser that was for this home crowd. we'll be all looking, hoping for this young man to be standing at the end of the day on that podium with a medal around his neck. There's the Sianagi, beautifully done, the drive in action. Yeah, you could see it. The referee was obviously on the wrong side as well. He couldn't see that, shouldn't see that full landing, but there you have it. Full back patch disappeared flat on the mat. Ippon scored. And he'll be up against Akadov a little bit later on from Uzbekistan, so that'll be an interesting match. But for Basu, he's looking on form against this home crowd. Nureliev of Uzbekistan now, and up against him is Diego Cesar in the blue. I'm not quite sure what they're looking at this particular moment, but the referee referring to the care system.
I've got a lot of confidence in the care system, and the reason for that is that once it's referred to the care system, it's the people who, one, operate it, and that's the people who interpret the information that they're provided with. So
Yes.
I've got absolutely no problem with the use of the care with the results of the care system. It's how you get access to it.
Yes.
That's the thing, and how long it takes, you know. And we're not the only sport that's looking at this VAR in football and all,
Yes.
you know, all sorts of other sports. They're all, you know, trying to find a way that they can get access very quickly to the important decisions, and then make those decisions quickly that everybody understands, and then get back on with the
I think
action.
it would be so much more helpful, not only for us but for our viewers as well, to know what they're looking for. What is it a score? Is it an infringement? What are they hunting out? What are they looking for? And we really don't have that feedback, and there obviously no score, nothing was given. So what was the problem? And we're in the dark on that one.
I think that is a really good point, and you know, they haven't tackled it in a sport as big as football, you know, arguably the biggest sport in the world, and they haven't tackled that because, you know, even last night or the night before in the Champions League, you know, you had a stoppage. They were looking at something. We all knew what they were looking at, but we didn't know what the point that they were discussing.
What I
you
really
know.
like is that, because I follow a lot with rugby as well.
Yeah, completely
and
different,
you can
isn't
actually
it?
in a rugby
You know
match,
immediately.
you
I want to
can
see this.
actually get one of
Yeah.
the ear sets
Yeah.
to listen to the referee.
Yeah.
And when the referee does a call, you can actually hear what he's calling for.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
whether he's getting the feedback, but you know what the referee is actually looking out for and asking for
Yeah,
a
you
follow-up.
hear it.
And it's interesting, it really is.
Nureliev wins out over Diogo Cesar. Yeah, there's a stoppage, and in rugby you hear. I just want to have a look at that. I think it's a right swinging arm. Just let me know that.
Yes.
And then you hear the match referee
good.
saying, "Yeah, I've had a look at that. It's
not a score."
Yeah, you know, or it is, or yeah, you're right. It's a swinging arm. You know, it's above shoulder height.
Yes.
And I think, you know, you're justified with the red card there. And, you know, everybody knows.
Yes, yes.
Right, who have we got now? Andrej Klokov of Lithuania. And he's up against Cho Ka Yao Leon of Hong Kong. I think we'll just go with Chow, shall we? Klokov in the white judogi, Chow in blue. Coming up next, Amiran Papinashvili will stick around to see the Georgian. Why not? You're always guaranteed of some action there.
Klokov there looking to dig in deep in the Niwaza, turns him over, he's going for that Jujikatami.
Problems
tries
now.
to control, needs to get those legs tidied up a bit, the knees getting close a bit. He's opting for the Osakomi, hence the reason the leg's just too wide. But he's gone back to, daft one.
Right idea, poor execution.
Wrong timing on it. Oh, what a, goodness me.
Oh, he's got a nasty cut there. He needs to come over and tidy that up.
Well, do you know what? He had it in the bag there, didn't he? He really had that all sewn up. He just left himself very messy in that exchange. I thought he could have gone for the Jujikatami. He was going in the right direction. The legs were slightly untidy, but he was there. He was there in that position.
Yeah, I think he'd moved from the attempt at the Jujikatami to the Osai Waza too quickly. He could have worked harder to secure that.
Yeah, and make it a real threat.
Exactly.
If he wasn't able to get it, then switch for the Osakomi, then go back to what was a major threat to get a reaction.
Right, not sure just how many of you are, you know, at what level you are, who you're watching at home, but Loretta makes a really, really good point for those of you who are probably still making your way in your judo careers. Make sure that one of the two things, if you're attempting the Osai Waza from that Jujikatami position, but if you're attempting the Osai Waza, make sure it's strong enough for your opponent to try to get his arm out so that he can get leverage to get out of the Osai Waza. The minute that happens, he offers up the arm. Once he offers up the arm, then you can go back to the Jujikatami, but make sure that that's a serious threat. So Loretta's point there about make sure it's a serious threat applies to either of those two things.
You've got to get the right reaction. That's why we have, it's the same in Tachiwaza. That's why you have the combinations. And it's no point putting an attack in that's just half-hearted, because you're never going to get the right reaction. It has to mean as if you're going for it, to fool them, to then follow it up for the next move. Niwaza is no different. It has to have a follow-up. And it has to be major threats.
Right, well, let's hope that Klokov will return to the mat shortly. They're just bandaging up the head. It's just a little bit of it's a cut on the top of the head, but in order to make sure that stays on, you just can't stick a plaster on it. You've got to wrap the whole head. That's been done now. Klokov returns to the tatami, and we're underway with a little over 3 minutes still to go. No score yet between Klokov of Lithuania in the white judogi and Chow of Hong Kong in blue. Here's Loretta.
Well, he's heavily strapped there across the head, and hopefully that doesn't unsettle him too much. So Niwaza attempt as he draws his opponent down into the Niwaza. Not quite sure what injury was it, to the face or to the side of the head there?
Top of the head.
Right,
it's a cut at the top of the head, and you can see it's at the top, at the back of the head.
Right, really it's an awkward place, isn't it? Nice counter there.
So the strapping and the plaster and that padding has gone on there, but in order to keep it on, they've had to strap around the whole head.
Well, Chow starting to gain a lot more confidence now as the minutes tick away in this match. Started off a little bit apprehensive and he was on the receiving end, but now it's sort of turned around a little bit here, but Cho picks up the first Shido.
I think one of the fighters that Loretta mentioned this morning was Walid Kaya of France. He's just taken to mat number 3. I'm not sure if you want to watch that or stick with Klokov and Chow.
We'll stick with this one.
Right, we're going to stay here.
Yeah,
okay,
just stick with this
it's
one.
interesting, isn't it? It's a good little tussle, this one.
What's interesting about this one is that Cho, for me, I was writing him off in the first minute and a half. when that clash, he just seems to all of a sudden had a bit of a wake-up call, and has now started to become a real threat here. Poor, a couple of attacks there. Double chance at the Sianagi, really, neither one of them paid off at all. Joe with a little bounce in his feet there as tries to look confident and also showing the condition. He comes in with that Sianagi as well once more. Not looking too good. In fact, a false attack, and there he has. False attack is Shido's. That's the second one for Cho. So Cho really needs to now make his attacks much more precise and more effective. At the moment, they're just very weak, and he's just given the match to his opponent. Klokov trying to ruffle the lapel, get a reaction of his opponent, creating an opening so he can come through with the Sianagi, but once again the Sianagi just not working for him at this particular moment, and he picks up a Shido. Whether it's a showing for the Sianagi, he'll switch to the Ouchigari, a good combination that needs to change it though. He's been so predictable at this particular moment. Ouchigari, well, he changes it. Sianagis we've seen on the way. There was the Ouchigari, got the stumbling effect from his opponent. Osotori looks, he shows the Kouchi once more, possibly the Kouchi to get a reaction and then come through for the Sianagi to get deeper. Whoa, well there's Cho comes in with the Sianagi. He bides his time, just wasn't deep enough on that attack, but again he got his opponent up in the air.
Yeah, nice little attack left-sided.
Well, it's not about the amount of attacks, it's about having been more accurate in your approach. And though Klokov has worked so hard out here, and he's most probably doubled in the figures to his opponent on attacks, they've not really been hitting the mark. Again, Sianagi, double take on it. Going for the, well, he's looking to try and capitalise on it, but he's gone for the Sangaku tie-up. Maybe he'll get an opportunity to secure that arm. He's got the arm as well for the Sangaku Jimmy. Needs to get them deeper.
Really wants to stand up from here, you know, Chow. He doesn't want to allow Klokov the time to work on the ground, and then all of a sudden you see a bit of progression and the referee thinks, oh, okay, well the arm's going, I'll leave that for a bit, and then next thing you know, you're in trouble. Go on,
what I liked about that though was he took his time to work on the legs, which was the most important thing.
Absolutely, tie that up.
He wasn't concentrating on the arm, he was concentrating on securing those legs. He'd had a couple of attacks with that. He pulled in, he made it tighter and tighter, 3 attempts to tighten up the legs and then execute the arm lock.
Right, who we got coming up next in the under 60 kilo category? I don't think we've seen much of the 60 kilo category so far today. That's about to change. Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia is about to take to mat number 2. He faces Magjan Shamshadian of Kazakhstan. It's Papinashvili in the white judogi, Shamshadin in blue. Shamshadin straight onto the attack there, and Papinashvili showing his acrobatic skills.
Yeah, well, he had to on that one. Goodness me. That was a little bit of a scary moment for him. Kazakhstan right in business here. Is no messing around. Once more, another strong attack. Looking very confident out there, the Kazakhstan. Shamshadin, uses his feet again. Oh, goodness me. Well, 3 strong attacks, all 3 very threatening indeed against Papinashvili. Hasn't even really got his game together yet at this moment, the Georgian. Needs to really settle in. He's trying to go deep over onto the back there. But as far as the end of the back number now, he tries to duck underneath the armpit there. Shamshadin there looking very strong indeed. Oh my goodness me. Well, if he had connected he would have buried him, but he lost the control. But still managed, like cat features, get back onto both feet. Shamshadin coming in. The Sianagi, that cross grip there, comes in deep enough, 1 for 1 now. Papinashvili settling down slightly, but he came in against that arm and it looked really uncomfortable. Quite a few times we've seen that sort of movement where it really, although doesn't start off as an arm lock, it really, the shimiwaza, it does lock the elbow from going across against the arm. Kazakhstan looked a little bit uncomfortable with that last exchange. Uchigari combinating with the Sianagi.
Papinashvili just in that last exchange showed he wasn't finished yet. He was still going to have a look and see if there were any options to throw even from that standing position, but Shamshadin looked as though he had that fairly well closed down, and the referee called mate.
Very sharp reactions, Shamshadin.
Good matchup, isn't it?
Oh, it's a nice match. It's a dangerous one. Both athletes very capable of throwing and throwing big. He's pushing against that arm. He's locking that elbow. He's got to be careful. Oh! What a
That was amazing.
That was so sharp. It was so quick.
He just flew, didn't he,
The
Shamshadin?
speed of that entry there, my goodness me. He definitely, Shamshadin took an absolute flying lesson on that one.
He got launched.
Oh, goodness. Hey, that was lovely. Absolutely lovely judo. Uchigari, and then countered with the ogoshi. Beautifully done.
It's the kind of thing you see at some kind of demonstration, isn't it? You know?
It is just so nice. It works so well, doesn't it? Uchigari, he caught the belt, straight in with the hips. Goodness me.
Wow. That's the second time we've seen somebody almost walk onto the hips, isn't it?
I like that. That is a nice combination.
Right. Justo Nunes Rodriguez of Spain faces Hamza Bouassira of Morocco. Nunes Rodriguez in the white judogi, Bouassira in blue. crowd silencer there from Papinashvili.
Oh, definitely. Well, that was definitely nice to watch. That was so sharp. Lightning reactions there. It's normally a combination rather than a counter. That's where I'm thinking of. With the Ouchigari, they step back and you come through with the Sianagi, or the Ippon Sianagi or the Uchimata. But that was a countered attack. That was an Ouchigari rescuing yourself, being gutsy enough to not only defend it, but then attack off it. That was nice.
Yeah, that was a biggie.
Oh, yeah. One of the highlighting ones, that one. Well, 35 athletes participating in the under 60 kilo division. Largest weight today is the under 66, where we've got 42 athletes.
West Ria now picks up a penalty for just stepping out the area. They're a little bit loose with his awareness of where the mat edge was.
Coming up to the halfway mark now. Only a Shido apiece on the... Oh! Oh!
Well, they're going over pretty big here.
This is a mat to watch. Hikare, beautifully done there. My goodness me.
That was a bit of a thumping, wasn't it?
Nunes Rodriguez, what a throw. Oh, well, we've actually had some quality of judo on this mat. There's no doubt about it.
Surely West Ria wasn't thinking that they were going to review that in his favour for Wazari.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Nah. In the end, he's rolling off, but not for the landing.
No, the landing.
If you stop the landing there, bang, he's done.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Put him
Imagine
away.
getting up in the club afterwards in the practice saying,
Wasn't
"Well,
score."
you know that wasn't a." I was rolling off that.
Yeah, you never got that. I didn't feel a thing. Didn't feel a thing. Just put that mat back where it buried you.
Moritz Plafke of Germany is up against Artem Lesiuk of the Ukraine. It's Plafke in the white judogi, Lesiuk in blue. Round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. You've seen him a few times before, haven't you, Plafke?
Yes, he's actually not a bad lad. Well, for me, I'm very impressed with. I'm very impressed with the German team in general. I think they've got some great athletes that are coming through and hitting some real marks and giving a great impression of themselves on the world tour. And in Germany, in Dusseldorf Grand Slam, there were some outstanding performances from the German team in general. And they're young, definitely young and hungry bunch that are really so determined, and that reflects in their performances at these events. Great condition, very, very strong, and nice judo. I think one of the winning ingredients to the success within the German team and the setup is that you've got someone like Richard Troutman that I remember as a coach myself many years ago, is that he was around with the cadets. When he retired, he went into working with the cadets, and he's worked with those cadets to now where they're senior athletes. He's progressed the same way as an athlete progresses as they mature, and he's done that himself. He's matured from a cadet coach to a junior coach to an under-23 coach to a senior Olympic coach, and he's had that consistency and working relationship with these athletes that they've grown to trust throughout. And I think that's got to be part of their winning ingredient.
Another Ippon. You know, quite easily executed there by Plavki, as though, you know, take it in your stride, you know, but they brought it down to Wazari.
So it's Wazari a piece now. I wasn't convinced of it being an Ippon, but being on a different angle. So Wazari a piece, so we've just gone past the halfway mark. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. Well, Plavki has done well to come back into play in this match. Sianagi there from the Ukraine. Well, Plavki taking the first Judo now, just in the last minute of this competition, in this contest. Plavki looking to just playing a little bit of a waiting game at the moment. Didn't pay off earlier. He's picked up the Judo. Slightly changed. Sianagi just loses a little bit of control as he entered in for that attack. Ukraine coming in for the Sianagi, really off that sleeve. Very low exchange. Stumbling the German down to the ground, but it's not following it through into the Niwaza. There's seconds remaining. It's going to go into golden score. Well, the battle continues. Plavki looking a little bit more confident against his opponent. Oh, what a counter there.
Well, they can have a look at the replay on that.
That could go to Plavki. He came in with the Ippon Sianagi, but he switched it to the Oso Tagari. At the same time, the Ukraine tried to counter. It was a really awkward looking one, but for me, looking at this angle, Plavki looked like he had full control right through to the end.
Have we got that, Freddie, or is that not available to us? Check and see that action.
It was a combination of techniques there. So Ippon Sianagi, he turns it, switches.
What do you reckon?
Oh, dunno,
on the
that
second look.
It does look like it's Ippon. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was a counter.
He's gone, mate.
Yeah, he went onto the shoulders there, Ippon. Well, that was great.
Right. Well, this was the boy that they were looking for this morning, wasn't it? Ali Kushrov, not the referee, but
For Senegal.
the Yemeni, because they were looking for the two of them.
Yeah.
The Diop from Senegal and Kushrov from Yemen, because they both had to go to the random weigh-in, and neither of them could be found, and they were on their own. So they managed to locate them, and here they are then. Lai Yulong of Hong Kong is up against Ali Kushrov of Yemen. It's Lai in the white judogi, Kushrov in blue.
Well, Lai definitely is a feisty little character out there, isn't he? Sprung into action here. Deep, real bounce in the footwork. Oh, lovely Tomonagi there, Yoko Tomonagi. Kushrov came back with the Sutemi Waza. Needs to just, obviously a little bit unsettled with the first exchange and the speed of his opponent. Tomonagi once more. Kushrov looking very strong, especially with the Sutemi Wazas. They're almost getting there with the score. Yoko Sutemi Waza there, came through, now looking for the arm lock. Oh, a nice little bit of transition work going on here at the moment. Whether he can control his opponent. Well, there it is.
Yeah.
Good arm lock. Well, that was nicely executed.
From Hungary, Samo Katinka.
Ippon after Ippon on this mat.
Yes,
That's probably
it's been
4 in a
good,
row.
Yeah.
Kushrov taking that one.
Next contest on mat 2.
Right, who have we got coming up next? Jore Verstraeten of Belgium faces Romaric Buddha of France. It's Verstraeten in the white judogi, Buddha in blue. Could be fireworks here as well, Loretta.
I think so. Buddha for me he's dynamic. He's got nice judo. He's got no fear. He really is open and dynamic. Kosota. Yoko Tomonagi. Van Straten now coming in for the arm lock. Just loses a little bit control at the end. Again, this is another team, the Belgians, that are producing some very young athletes coming through and hitting some real targets. Kosota playing around with that foot, trying to get a reaction from his opponent. Buddha really not following into that trap and sticks with his own game plan at this particular moment. Shido been awarded to Van Straken. Stratton now trying to engage with a stronger grip. Comes in with the Uchimata, leaves himself a bit vulnerable. Kosota gets a Wazari. Well, Verstraeten under pressure came in for that Uchimata. Really, timing was very poor indeed, and really has backfired on him. But still got plenty of time. 2.5 minutes still remaining in the contest. Wazari up for Buddha of France. Buddha coming in with the Sianagi. Oh, what an exchange of Sutemi Waza. Beautifully done. Great transition.
Oh, another Ippon.
Another Ippon.
Buddha would like to have a look at the replay. Freddie will help him out in a minute because you'll put it up there and we'll see it on the big screen, but I don't think you want to see it again.
Oh, definitely won't want to feel it again. Yep, well, there was no question about it on that one. Sianagi, and there he came up off his knees.
Done, yeah.
And done. Sutemi was a Sumigeshi. Beautifully done. Nice.
Right. Where should we go now? Could stay here, I suppose. Or we could see what's happening down on mat 3 with Matthias Terboats of Slovenia. He's up against Moussa Diop of Senegal. That's who we were looking for this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, everyone was looking
Diop.
for Diop, where are you?
Terboats leads by Wazari. It's Terboats in the white judogi, Diop in blue. We catch it just with, oh, nice turn. That was really strong. Oh. Came out of that Osai Komi as though it was nothing. Mind you, he's gone back into it.
Sangaku.
Yeah. Problems there if he wraps this arm up. Yeah, there you go.
Well, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's done.
But they're so strong.
Yeah.
It's so strong. Diop just sits up as if there's nothing to it at all. Trobot could be going, oh my goodness, how many times do I have to try and do that?
Yeah, well, he had a go, but Diop managed to get out of it the first time. Then he rolled him into the Sangaku again, and again he just flipped him off. Now Osai Komi again. I don't think he's going to get out of this one.
Well, he's starting to tire, isn't he? But it ain't for the want of trying. He's really putting everything into that.
From Dominican Republic, Diana de Jesus. Next contest on Tatami 3. Men and women are 52 kilograms second round. In one judogi from Chinese Taipei, in Shenzhen. In blue judogi from Poland.
And Trebok will be up against Gurchev a little bit later on from Bulgaria. And now we come to the under 57s, and this is the second round. Lian of Taipei, Chinese Taipei, in the white, and representing Poland, Kowalczyk in the blue. And this is for a place in the quarterfinals of the under 57s, so a very crucial stage for both these athletes. Lien, slightly taller than her opponent. Kowalczyk coming in with the Ouchigari, working on the edge of the contest area. Exchanged by an Uchimata from Lien. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Still no score, but more refreshing. No penalties, no shidos. Kowalczyk, extremely strong in the Niwaza, looking to try and create an opportunity for herself down there.
This is the one we were talking about this morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's looking very strong, though. She's looking good today.
Well, there's no secret about, you know, what you're going to get from Lien Chenling. She's absolutely super in Newaza. She looked to engage Yulia Kowalczyk there as much as possible. But 9 times out of 10, the ones who are good...
Oh, nice Uchimata.
Did it standing up.
Score.
I was going to say, the ones who are good on the ground have also got extremely good defences.
Yes.
Because you normally work
They have
with
good understanding, good awareness, and what gives and takes within groundwork.
You know, you work with your training partner, and you're trying out this move, that move, that move. But after a while, you've also got to allow them to work. That's part of it. You don't just spend, 2 hours working on them, and then you end up learning how to defend yourself.
Yeah. Well, if your training partners are strong in the Niwaza, it's most probably something you've had to work at quite a bit in the defence.
So, Wazari the lead for Lien Chenling.
It's going to be very, very difficult, isn't it, now for Kowalczyk to come back from this now.
She's getting stronger and stronger, Kowalczyk.
Yeah.
The difficulty for her is that there are, 2 others in the country vying for that position, but she keeps, hitting the right kind of targets, and, it's possible that she's even, their number 1 now. So, taking a while. Having to defend on the ground again. No, that should be a false attack. That really, she just was not interested in getting involved there. She was lucky to get away with that, Lien.
Yeah, with no scores though, no shidos. Do you blame her with 5 seconds to go?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
But, she should have been penalised for a false attack.
Yeah.
No attempt to throw Kowalczyk there. Wouldn't have made any difference, but, just as a note. Anyway. Yeah, Kowalczyk is the number 2 in Poland, which is a long way off Anna Borowska, a teammate who, if I'm not mistaken,
Next
We'll have a look and see what she's been up to today. She won her first round contest, and we haven't yet seen her in round 2.
In blue jury from Belgium, Mina Lier.
Right, coming up next on mat number 2. Let's go and see what's happening on mat number 2. Issam Basu of Morocco is up against David Starkel of Slovenia. It's Basu in the white judogi, Starkel in blue. And you had a word with his dad this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Very nice man. His other son, Ayman, he's just gone through to the next round, so he's had a great performance so far. Beautiful up on Sianagi. See if his younger brother can follow in his footsteps. 5 years younger than his older brother.
Next contest on tatami 1. It's a women's under 52 kilograms second round. Please welcome white from Hungary, Hope Reka. In blue from Italy, Julia Grand-Prix.
Oh, he's caught Starkel. Chance to work on the arm here. Try and tie things up nice and tight. Get the leg over that head. Now, stick with one thing.
No, he's
Got to sit up. The right leg is trapped there.
He's just not got the leg
Now
control.
he has.
Oh, he's powerful enough, but
Yeah. Oh, he's got the
got
arm
the
gone the
legs.
wrong way.
the legs are too far apart. He
Yeah,
needs to
yeah.
get those legs together. The knees had to be.
Whoa, there we go.
Well, a great start for both these boys.
He's got something about him, hasn't he,
Nice,
Basu? And I
yeah.
think, if I'm not mistaken,
Confidence as well. It's a lot
Yeah,
of confidence.
I think I may have had a word with him previously.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and just said, you know, hey, take
That
your time.
prep talk. That little
Take your time. I think it must have, it could have been about a celebration that he had sometime in the past.
Next contest on tatami 2.
I'm prone to doing that.
I know, you can't help yourself.
Second round.
All in the nicest way.
Please
though.
welcome in white judogi for International Judo Federation, Muhammad Akash. In blue judogi from Italy, Diego Rea.
Right, Mohamed Akash, representing the International Judo Federation, is up against Diego Rea of Italy. Akash in the white judogi, Rea in blue. The Italians, we got 3 mats, and there is an Italian on every mat. How's that?
No surprises there.
Pierucci, Rea, and Lo Giudice.
Lo Giudice. Akash really struggling a little bit against quite an engaging Italian, Ria. Although very little is going on between both of them, just seems to be playing a bit of a waiting game out here. Akash just looking really uncertain and has very little to offer. Constantly being drawn to the edge of the contest area. Rea working, desperately trying to get down into the Niwaza. But neither one of them shining out at all and what they've really got on offer. Ria has the lapel, he's got the sleeve, but still fails to follow through with anything. It's a bit of a knock to the face, but Akash, although he looks as if he's defending, he's got a Shido against him. He's trying desperately to try and get past obviously the stronger grips of the Italian. Like to see this sort of been shaken up a little bit now, and someone out there being a little bit more gutsy and trying to throw their opponent. At this moment, both of them playing a very safe game. Little fast on the feet, side skipping action. Good for the Ashiwazas. Kuriashihare, Ouchigaris, good techniques to be working on at that speed and the direction they're working on. Second Shido goes to Akash. Tries to come over the top to control the shoulder, not really doing much. A little bit uncomfortable there for the moment, just the referee giving him some time to compose himself. Well, a bit of a tactical ploy there with the Italian, trying to get that third and final Shido. A little bit disappointing in the first 4 minutes of this contest. The Italian quite clever with the gripping style and the way he reacts, but being honest, he's really not put any attacks in. He's just been very clever out there to avoid being Shidoed upon, where Akash is really outpowered, outgripped at this moment, but making a better, desperate attempt to stay engaged, and it gets caught as he walks in onto that Morotti Sianagi. Although he spins out to avoid being scored upon, it has been a very slow process throughout this second round match. Oh, a bit of a poor drop there, right on the edge of the contest area. Could that be the third? He went out. Could that be the third and final? Shido. Well, they're allowing that to play on. Well, goodness, well, aerial awareness and then follows through with the Jujigatami. Legs a little bit too wide apart, needs to really tidy those legs up. But it looks like Akash has just thrown in the towel on that one. But he gets the Wazari, so... Well, they've taken the Wazari off, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Well, while this continues, I'm not quite sure if it'll just see what happens right now. And the third and final, well, it was classed as the third and final Shido goes to Akash and the win goes to the Italian. And let's go across to Tatami 3, where we have Emilia Stoll and Pavia from France. Stoll in Germany in the white, Pavia, France in blue. It's the second round of the under 57 kilos. Be a very interesting match indeed. And Emily Stoll, sister Teresa Stoll's not here this weekend, so this is a great opportunity for this young lady to shine out from under the shadows of Teresa. Pavia, very tall, strong looking athlete, good gripping style. She's trying to desperately get that right hand deep over the back there as she comes in with her favourite technique of the Uchimata. With those long legs, who wouldn't be doing the Uchimata? Circling motion around her opponent, Stoll chasing Pavia. Just to work on that sleeve, as she knows that's the danger. If she can connect over the top, then Emilia Stoll will be in a lot of trouble. So a bit of a settling process to tactically work out, been able to do her judo by controlling Pavia's right sleeve. Well, as she was there, now Pavia trying to work into the Niwaza. That transition as she tries to come up as well, trying to catch her with the Osotogari. Bit of a dangerous moment there for Emilia Stoll. Emily Stoll really just unaware of the dangers while trying to protect the head and the arm coming over the top and trying to control that. She's really leaving herself very vulnerable with that Osotogari. That leg there, the right leg that leads in front, is just targeting for an Osota, unless she's desperately trying to set it up for a counter. But I doubt it with the high collar grip that Pavia has got at this particular moment. She's drawing the head down, she's working the feet, she's trying to create the right timing. And there you have it, the big Harai Gosho. Beautifully done. And a nice finish. She's looking really good out there today, Pavia. And that puts Pavia in the quarter-final stage of the under-57s.
Next contest on category 3. Now in men's under 66 kilograms third round. Please welcome in one judogi, the World Championship silver medalist from Kazakhstan, German Serjanov. In blue judogi from Serbia, Stranja Bucic. Next contest on category 1. It's women's under 52 kilograms second round in white judogi from Switzerland, Fabian Kohan. In blue judogi from Germany, Natalie Olivier.
And now representing Kazakhstan, Shokis Zanov in the white, Vanchik of Serbia in the blue.
Next contest on category 2, women's under 57 kilograms second round in white judogi from Poland, Anna Borska. In blue judogi from Netherlands, Martin Gasper.
Zakizanov there, beautiful execution of Marathi. Sianagi continues that rotation over. Scorner was Ari. The Serbian feeling that there was a pause on the entry, but no, I don't think so. It looked good from this angle. Serbian comes deep. Kosota comes back. Scoring it. Well, the Serbian wasn't happy with that one, and Ipon with that Kosota beautifully executed. Kosota, but nicely countered. Turn into his opponent, and the Ouchigari from there. As you can see, it hooks in. Oh, it was the Kochi that he looked at there, taking the supporting leg to score the Ipon. And now we have in the under 66 third round, Paraz of Italy in white, Azima of France in the blue. Well, straight in for Sutemi was her attempt there from the French. Well, this is for a place in the quarter-final stage of this weight category. Osota. Oh, just clipped the heels and no more. Azima just managed to get off that. Azima gets the high collar, throws that arm over the desperate attack to get over the top, but finds his head caught underneath the armpit of his opponent. Perez just drawing him down to the ground at the edge of the contest area. Attempt of a Makakomi then for Azima. 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Only one Shido divides them, and we've still got plenty of time to come through. Well, it's really difficult to know which way this is going to go. At the moment, very evenly matched. Perez on the edge of the contest there with the Osotogari. He's coming high, but Azima trying to get the lift and the counter at the back end of that. Once more, another 50-50 engagement. Head to head. A lot of grappling going on. Both desperately trying to secure the ultimate grip. Both opting for sleeves. Azima shrugging off any attempt of an attack there from the Italian. Well, last 40 seconds in this contest, and it's looking more and more like this will go into golden score. Tomonagi, attempt there from Azima. But classed as a false attack and picks up a Shido for his efforts. So it's a Shido apiece now with just half a minute remaining. Another desperate attack from Azima there with an attempt of a Makakomi, but he was so far away. He was almost Makakomi in the wrist, where really that should be right above the elbow joint towards the armpit to get much more leverage and control of your partner. Tomonagi attempt. Well, he's putting in the attacks, he's making that effort. Side skip, Tayatoshi. Almost into the Seotoshi. 2 seconds and then we're into golden score. Well, don't see nothing happening within this contest time. So golden score, both athletes will be asked to tidy up a little bit. Well, she's let it ride. Both look in order at the moment. Well, for the last minute and a half, Azima has been piling on the pressure again, and Ashiwaza stumbling his opponent down onto one knee. Works the edge of the contest area with the Sutemi Waza. His back went out. He's got to be careful there. Doesn't want to start accumulating Shidos for silly errors such as that. Cross grip, takes the sleeve. Again, a battle of gripping styles. Perez really needs to be putting in a couple of attacks of his own now. There you have it. Osoda Makakomi, and gets the score for the Italian. Well, 43 seconds into golden score, and no sooner I said it, that he needed to put an attack in, he must have heard me. So there you have it. Perez of Italy goes through to the next round and a quarter-final stage at the under 66 kilo division. And he'll be up against Surkazanov of Kazakhstan a little bit later on in that quarter-final stage. Well, talking about quarter-final stages, we'll go to mat number 1, where we have the quarter-final of Rishoni of Israel in white and Jugoda of Italy in the blue. And we have Epon, the Italian takes the win. So, Rishoni takes the win for Epon, and number 1 seed goes through into the quarter-final stage.
In blue, from France,
and now we come up with the next quarter-final in the under 48 kilos. Figueroa of Spain in the white, Pont of France in blue. Well, Figueroa, they're desperately trying to secure a more dominant grip, but as you can see, Pont doing a lot of work there to unsettle her opponent. As she comes round the back, uses her feet quite nicely, slight height advantage over her opponent, as she works her on the edge of the contest area. Figueroa comes under the Sienagi, works her way through into the Niwaza transition. Pont defending there quite comfortably at the moment. You always get a little bit more nervous when you stay down too long. As you can see, Figueroa trying to draw her onto the feet, get that little turnover using the feet. As you can see, that left foot hooked in behind the thigh, gets that nice little turn, and the Osakomi is called. Well, great transition into the Niwaza. Figueroa worked well in securing the Osakomi, and there you have the submission. So Figueroa goes through into the semi-final of the under 48 kilos. And that was a very quick win. And she'll be up against Rishoni of Israel in that semi-final. And now we come to the little pocket rocket, and that's Costa of Portugal.
from Portugal, Catalina Costa. In blue from Romania, Monica Ungurianu.
And she's up against the Romanian Ungurianu in the blue. Costa in white, Ungurianu in blue. Quarter-final stage. And this is for the place, the winning place of Pool C. Well, the little pocket rocket, there she goes, the Cianagi straight in. That big left hand over the top, trying to secure Costa. Not doing a good job at this particular moment, but Ungurianu, as we know, has got a cracking Uchimata. That long legs come in very handy when she gets the opportunity to connect. And that's the real danger for Costa, having that hand connecting over the back with the leg following it. There you have it, the Uchimata, hooking in with the Ouchi. Forward attack, Uchimata following through. Now looking for the shimiwaza in the niwaza. It was across the face, you can see by the facial reaction of Costa. Well, Katarina Costa straight out in the engaging approach, grips up, but finds herself again in trouble with that left hand that comes deep over, drawing her head down, making her look very passive indeed, but comes in with the Sutemi waza there. Nice change of direction, Sumigesh, but for me it was Costa's, I felt that it was Costa's attack. But so it'd be interesting to see that one again, and how, because obviously there was a lot of control there for Ungurianu, who takes the win over Costa, but let's see how she did that.
Please welcome in white judogi from France, Melanie Clément. In blue judogi from Germany, Katharina Menz.
And now we have Melanie Clement of France in the white, and she's up against Katharina Menz of Germany in blue. Well, Menz straight on to the attack in the niwaza, gets the rotation, tries to dig in with the legs under her partner's core. Clement circling motion around her opponent, trying to find a different angle to approach Menz, who's got that lifeline, as you can see, the left hand on the lapel, controlling the movement of the French. She comes in a typical style with the French, they're hooking in with the Ouchi Uchimata. Clement just trying.
Next contest, on to Sami 2. Men's under 66 kg, third round. Please welcome
The battle away both trying to control the sleeve grips.
From Great Britain, Greg.
Well, Clement, you can see there that left hand really bothering her. She's got the sleeve all caught up, her left hand that she likes to have over the top. Mens is controlling quite nicely. It's part of her tactics in this quarter-final contest. Catches the sleeve, but you can see that left hand she's trying to throw over the top. Opts to come in front with attempt of what looks to be like a Sianagi Siotoshi. Mens looking just very busy and of just controlling, but picks up a second Shido for a defense, which is starting to look a little bit more obvious out there. Clement, I'm desperate to control that sleeve. She's got a head for someone who's so tall, seems to get her head caught up quite often. And Men's capitalising on that, looking very busy indeed, and puts a forward attack in. But leaves herself a little bit vulnerable down in the ground there. As you can see, Clement looking for the Jujikatami. She's got her leg caught up, needs to free that first. And she's got that, and she's got the arm as well, so can she secure the arm lock? Yes, she has. So Clement takes the win and a place in the semi-final.
Well, I'll give you that semi-final lineup in the under 48 kilo category now. Francesca Giorda of Italy faces Julia Figueroa of Spain. It'll be Monica Ungaranu of Romania to face Melanie Clement of France. Right, we've got the under 52 kilo category coming up next, the quarter-final featuring the number 1 seed Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer of France faces Tatiana César of Guinea-Bissau. It's Bouchard-Nordmeyer in the white judogi, César in blue. First of the quarterfinals.
Golden score.
Sharafuddin Lutfilayev and Walid Kaya in the under 60 kilo category involved in a golden score contest down on mat number 3, and it looks as though Lutfilayev has just thrown Kaya. So wins out in the first 7 seconds of golden score.
Next contest on to starting 3. It's men's 60 kilogram third round. Please welcome in white jolly from Turkey, Bekir Özgür. In blue jolly from Kazakhstan, Oyozhan Nabayev.
Oh, nice work. Yeah. Just that little bit too, I don't want to say strong, because that just makes it look as though there was no technical skill in there. And there was a high degree of technical execution that Tatiana Cesar, in recognition of that, when she was nodding, was like, yeah, that was just too good for me. She is a powerfully built, you know, fighter, but the execution of that particular technique really didn't have a great deal to do with strength. That was just technical execution of the highest level from Amundine Bouchard Nordmeyer. Right, we've got another quarter-final coming up now. Defend Primo of Israel faces Tinker Easton of Australia. It's Primo in the white judogi, Easton in blue. Got the legs hooked in there. Looks reasonably tight. Now just got to choose which way to turn. I couldn't make up my mind. Just a little bit too high up with that effort, Easton. Wanting to get just that little bit below Primo's balance. Same problem there for Primo as well, a little bit too high up. Another chance to execute the turnover. No problem with getting hooked in. Easton picks up penalty for a false attack, or dropping really. Really wants to get both hands on. Look how dangerous she is when she gets both hands on. That's what you're going to do as quick as you can. Get both the hands on, at least you can get an attack in. Keep up the rate of attacks, put the pressure on your opponent. You want to get backed up into that corner. The pressure will be on you then. So needs to try as much as possible to stay in the middle of the competition area. If just asking the fighters to tidy things up. Again, wandering off the competition area. Picks up a second penalty, or she has already picked up a second penalty. The problem here is that Easton doesn't appear to have as much confidence in herself as she could do. She's threatened Primo each time that she's put in a serious attack. Could have put a bit more pressure on her. Allowed Primo to go around the back with that left arm. That will make it difficult for her. Try and win the gripping exchange and try and be first to the attack. Yeah, look at that. It's a good effort there with the Uchimata. Just rocked Primo momentarily. Okay, it wasn't, you know, the best attack of the contest, but she gets herself into a reasonable position. You know, 2 or 3 of those in a row, and then all of a sudden it's Primo who's on the back foot. Difficult for Daniel Kelly to communicate that to his fighter whilst it's going on and to get through. He may have done that previously in coaching. You can hear him, you know, barking out some instructions there, and no doubt he's had a good go, but it's not always the case that things that are said to an athlete end up registering, and even if they do, it's the ability to carry those things out, remember what was said, and then have the ammunition, the guns, you know, to do what is needed. Single Shido picked up by Primo. We were talking about that. There you go. Just try and keep your head up here, especially with just a few seconds. You don't want to get a third Shido. Makikomi effort, just a little bit too far away. You can see that the right arm that really needs to take some degree of control of the right arm of Primo wasn't around. Needs to get a little bit closer. Again, wandering off to the edge of the contest area. They're not bad attacks. You know, some of these attacks are not going to come up with a score. That's okay. That's okay. You still have to keep up the rate of attacks, which Easton is doing. And then from time to time, you have to really threaten. And then hopefully, once in a while, you come up with a score. Caught once, but once was enough. Went over left-sided in the end to that Uchimata from Geffen Primo. Well, Primo took a little bit of time to work that one out, which just goes to show that Easton was offering something up that had the Israeli athlete taking her time. Wasn't able to just sweep past her. Took her into the golden score period before she found a way past Easton. Right, we've got coming up next, Paul Brecker of Hungary faces Esther Lopez Sheriff of Spain. It's Lopez Sheriff in the white judo, Pup in the white judo gi, Lopez Sheriff in blue.
Number 2, golden score.
Just missed on the turnover there. A little bit too sharp on the ground for Pupreka was Lopez Sheriff. Just the kind of competitor that Pupreka did not want to come up against. A real battle up, dare I say, a bit of a bruiser. Yeah, that's the kind of fight that she doesn't really want to get involved in. Pupreka being dragged around a little bit, pulled here and there. Picked up a penalty for passivity there. Braunakos was imploring her to get involved and pick up the pace. And if anyone knows about picking up the pace and getting on with it, Mr. Brown does. Strong effort there from Lopez as she attacks again left-sided. If anything, it's Lopez who's picked up the pace cleverly just when Pupreka needs to step up. Lopez Sheriff realizing that puts in the first two attacks, so real problems here for the Hungarian. Picked up one penalty, doesn't want to pick up a second. Oh dear. Brown can't believe it, but we were actually talking about that having been told by the coach to pick up the pace, it was her opponent, Lopez Sheriff, who was the one to put in the first few attacks. Disappointment for Pupreka, picking up a third penalty there. But this was definitely not her kind of opponent. Sheriff very cleverly working the tatami, the clock, her opponent.
Next quarterfinal, women under 52 kilograms. Please welcome in Judo from Spain, Ana Perez Ross. In blue judo from Germany, Natalie Rouvier. Next contest of the tatami is men's under 60 kilograms, third round. Please welcome in one.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 3. There's a quarter-final going on here. Just click on mat number 1 and you'll get that quarter-final. But the round 3 contest between Yanislav Gershev of Bulgaria and Matthias Turbots of Slovenia has just gotten underway. Gershev in the white judogi, Turbots in blue. And Gershev was one of the fighters this morning that we had some requests to see. And that's what we've been trying to do this last tournament. We started in the previous contest, previous competition, just asking for you to send in your requests with regard to which of the fighters you wanted to watch, and then we would try to follow those fighters.
Next contest on the time one is winners under 48 kg Marrakech. Please welcome in white judogi from Israel, Shira Rishon. In blue judogi from France, Rosie Paul.
Repechage contest beginning down on mat number 3, Shira Rishoni of Israel and Blondine Pont of France. We're watching Gershev and Turbots. We've got a little bit more of the under 66 kilo category to come. That's only one contest. Sardor Nureliaev of Uzbekistan and Andrej Klokov of Lithuania. And then we've got round 3 of the under 60 kilo category coming up. So we'll stick here with Gershev and Turbots for the time being, because we've got the quarterfinals in the under 57 kilo category coming up after this. So we're probably in the right place, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Off the contest gone, no score as yet. The fighters have been reasonably active and they've avoided picking up penalties.
Next contest on tatami 2 is men's under 60 kg, third round. Please welcome in white judogi.
Ooh, just missed a chance on the arm there, Gershev. Turbots was almost into the roll and just the arm slipping out there. Good little tussle, this one. Minute and a half left to go. Where's the score going to come from then? We're penalty free. Kosadagari effort from Turbots, and then he goes to the right-sided Yoko Tomoinagi. That didn't come off. It's got nice tempo about this one. Just get the feeling that something's going to happen. Watching round 3 of the under 60 kilo category. Half a minute left. Yanislav Gershev and Matthias Turbots. You may just have, if you're really keen listener, you may have heard some heavy breathing taking place. That's from my guest at the moment, Greg Very. Greg, how you doing, mate?
Not too bad, Sheldon.
That wasn't bad. That was a nice effort. Under 66 kilo category, 3rd round Grand Prix. You know,
yeah,
and that's a tough boy.
Yeah, he is. He's strong. Silly
Yeah.
mistake at the start, gave away a score and then had to work, but it was close. Could have gone either way towards the end. Plenty of positives to build on.
Yeah, we were, Loretto Cusatto and myself were watching the opening contest. Did you ever bind the first round?
Yes.
Right, so we watched your first contest, and there were some real positives there. But the biggest one was with 40 odd seconds left to go, when we were saying he's got 2 shooters against him. Now's the time he's got, and there it is.
Yeah.
You know, you pulled that out right at the right time. It wasn't no lucky score or anything. It was really, really good effort. And he was a tricky, awkward fighter at times, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Like at the start, I started really strong, and then I dipped off in the middle where I picked up the 2 penalties, and I could start to feel him tired. And I was like, okay, now I have to go. And obviously I got the second penalty, so really I do have to do something. And then got the Rosari, looked at the time, and I was like, oh, okay,
I can do this.
40 seconds now, no penalty, 40 seconds. I just need to be strong and get through this, which I managed to do.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't look as though you were backpedaling during that time any more than was tactically acceptable, you know, because once you get to that point, you know, it's like, you know, football, you've got 1-0, why are you going to, with 2 minutes to go, why are you going to throw everyone forward?
Yeah, you don't want to take a big risk where you're going to get countered, which I've done previously, so you have to learn from your mistakes. But there were some positives.
Yeah. I enjoyed watching it. I don't know whether you will enjoy listening to the commentary if you go back over it. But hopefully it's positives, because there were nice things to look at in the contest.
Yeah.
What's next for you then?
So I think I need thumb surgery. So I've been dealing with it since August last year.
Case,
and so
it's chronic then.
Yeah, I think potentially I need a ligament reattached. So get that done, carry on working, and then try and get back.
Come back on our side,
come back to this side with some editing and directing.
For those of you that don't know, Greg's heavily involved with the International Judo Federation via Fighting Films in the production and presentation, editing and filming of the IJF World Tour. So when he's not out in the middle mixing it up, he's on the mat edge, you know, recording everything. So it's nice to see you in the middle though, because I mean, I'd seen some of the results and things, but not, you know, not you on the mat, which is completely different, and it was nice. Good one. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I would have enjoyed seeing you a little bit more.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get to a medal fight. That would have been very nice. Well, pick up a place in, but it's my first Grand Prix win as well, so I've got to take every little positive as I can and start building on it, even at my older age.
Well, I mean, the difficulty is also the draw. If you are going to come into an event like this, you want, you know, just that few more bodies in there, so you hopefully get a chance of avoiding the top 8. If you can avoid the top 8, which you did, and then you've got a chance of getting into round 3, and you get a good fight there, as you say, quarter-final. Then there's, you know, repechage if you don't go towards the semi-final. There are all sorts of connotations, but it wasn't a bad outing. It was two good fights. Single slip, really. Single slip, and apart from that,
plenty to get back to the dojo.
I'm sorry about the thumb injury, because that, you know, is going to be a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, that's if I need surgery. I personally believe I do, because it is affecting everything I do. But while I'm off injured, plenty work on my cardio, still get on the mat and do some technical stuff if I'm in a
fitness
cast
and stuff,
and that, so strength work on the legs. There's plenty I can do to keep on improving.
You could always get in touch with my colleague Neil Adams, because he'll give you plenty of analysis.
I'm sure Neil will. I'm sure I'll have a chat with him after this as well.
Right, nice chatting with you, Greg. I know it's not the easiest thing after you've been on the mat, but that was very nice and relaxed.
Thank you very much. See you later.
You take care.
Cheers.
Okay. Greg Berry, who competed in the under 66 kilo category. Those of you who were with us earlier on would have seen it was a nice effort, actually, and a nice young man to chat with, wasn't he? Right, in the meantime, we've got the quarterfinal in the under 57 kilo category underway. Lien Chen-Ling of Chinese Taipei on the mat now with Martina Lo Giudice of Italy. Oh, I nailed that one, didn't I? Even Freddie was nodding in. At last, he said, at last, you got it right. I've been plaguing him all morning with that one. I'm not going to say it again, though. Yeah, the first of the quarterfinals. This is shaping up to be a really good quarterfinal lineup. Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel going up against Safo Choban of Germany, Anna Borowska of Poland to go up against Kaya Kaiser of Slovenia, and we've got Lien Chen-Ling up against Martina Lo Giudice at the moment, down on mat number, well, I'm not sure where they'll be actually. They'll follow this. The second quarter-final will be Karakash Hedvig of Hungary and Autumn Pavia of France. Won't be the first time that those two have gone head-to-head. Nice effort with the left Uchigaru Uchimata combination there. Lo Giudice picked up a single Shido a moment ago. That's the only blemish on the board as we come to the halfway point. Lin Chenling working on the ground, wrapping up the top half, just the foot to come out, and also Komi. It's not the tightest at the top, and that lower half reminiscent of Matsumoto Kaori, and she's had to tap out there. Very similar a look, not least of all because they'd worked for so long and so many times together, so it's not surprising that we had that kind of look about it. We will stay here for this quarter-final between Marrakech and Pavia. Well, I know for a fact that they've gone head-to-head before, because I remember commentating on those, at least one of their contests anyway. Oh. Well, this is the 7th time then that Pavia is going head-to-head with Marrakech, and you can see that there's a bit of bite in this. Pavia has really had the run of their previous matchups. 5-1 is the score at the moment. 5 wins for the French fighter, Autumn Pavia. She's been off to have her first child, so return after having given birth to their little girl, her little girl. Always met in either the quarter-final, semi-final, or the bronze medal match. So a history of meeting each other, but always when it really matters. So here's another occasion when it really matters, a quarter-final, this time in the Marrakech Grand Prix. Last meeting was 5 years ago. Almost 6 years ago. Oh, incredible as she was, and it's normally from Marrakech that you see the Ashi was, but this time it was Autumn Pavia who came up with an absolute gem. What a beauty that was.
Winner and move to the semi-finals on round 3 in Judo from France, Autumn Pavia. Now on to semi-3, the quarterfinals in men's under 66 kilo category.
Well, that was just a super piece of work from Autumn Pavia. Right, quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category now. Yelan Serikjanov of Kazakhstan faces Matteo Piras of Italy. Serikjanov in the white judogi, Piras in blue. Single Shido picked up by Serikjanov. Plenty of time, however. He looks like a predator. Oh, almost going over there. Piras all right underneath Serikjanov, and maybe that little bit of relaxed hunting type look. He just had something about him that you could almost read it saying it's just a matter of time. Well, Piras almost sorted him out just looked a little bit too relaxed. Almost tipped there. Serekjanov, he's going to have to tidy things up. Sumigashi effort from Serekjanov didn't come off. Perez picks up penalty. Shame really, because he's had the better of the contest, to be honest.
Winner of the 1, going to compete for bronze medal. A point in blue from Germany, Katarina. Now, on to ceremony 1, first semi-finals in women's and 48 kilo category. Please welcome in one jury from Italy, Francesca Giorda. In blue jury from Spain, Julia Figueroa.
Right, well, we've got a semi-final about to get underway down on mat number 1. If you want to continue watching Serekjanov and Pirash, just click 3 and you'll get that. But we're going to look at the contest between Francesca Giorda of Italy. She's up against Julia Figueroa of Spain. It's Giorda in the white judogi, Figueroa in blue. It's the second time that I can remember today when there's been an Italian on every mat. Just out of interest, you know. Happened once this morning and it's happened again. Everywhere you look, there's an Italian. Look. Figueroa, the shorter of the two fighters, just threatening their left-sided. Shido picked up by Figueroa. Plenty of time left. Giorda not yet able to use her height to her advantage. Figueroa is pretty much used now to having to deal with the height disadvantage. She's almost always the shorter of the two players on the mat, one of the shortest in the weight category. I can't really think of anyone who's shorter than she is. It's possible that maybe Tanaki Funa of Japan could be shorter, or at least as short. Figueroa manages the turn and now got to get the right leg free. Looks pretty strong at the moment from Giorda. If there's no real progress here, the referee will call Mate, and it's just a little bit too much. To execute the turnover whilst at the same time maintaining control of the top half of the body, so missed out there. Still just that single Shido against Figueroa. Half a minute left to go. And now Giorda joins her on a Shido apiece. Left-sided stance from the Spanish fighter. She looks for a grip from which she can work. Bent over and defensive there, Giorda. She's going to have to be careful. Well, this one is already into golden score now. Giorda and Figueroa. Another effort from Figueroa on the ground where the leg is trapped. And again, Giorda is up to defending it. Another one who's been able to work it out. Took a little bit of time for Figueroa to get past the defences of Francesca Giorda, the Italian. She'll go into the semi-final now. No, I beg your pardon, that's the final. That was the semi-final. Sorry about that.
Francesca Giorda of Italy will compete for bronze medal. Now, the second semi-final in women's under 48 kilo category.
We've got the second semi-final coming up next. That's a nice finish from Figueroa, having taken, all of 5 minutes. Normal 4, and then one of the golden score period to get past her opponent. It was good work in the end. Tough battle. Right, Monica Ungareanu of Romania faces Melanie Clement of France. It'll be Ungareanu in the white judogi, Clement in blue. The winner of this then to face Julia Figueroa of Spain in the final of the under 48 kilo category.
The winner of to the semi-finals was Mohamed of Egypt. Now the quarterfinal in men's under 60 kilo category on tatami 3. In one judogi from Uzbekistan, Janfuli Lutfionev. In blue judogi from Turkey, Daniel Aslan.
Single Shido picked up by Melanie Clement, but there's plenty of time. Not anything to worry about for Clement at this stage. We need to get rid of that left arm up around the collar. Ungaranu had the strong grip, and Clement was a little bit overly defensive there and trying to keep that grip from resulting in any more pressure than was already being exerted. Unfortunately for her, she ended up picking up a second penalty. A Makikomi effort from Clement goes begging, however. Really didn't get hold of the left arm to try and threaten Clement. Threaten Ungaranu, did Clement. After the contest gone, those two penalties now going to weigh heavily against the French fighter. Time to pick it up here. Makikomi effort from Ungaranu, and then she defends on the ground. See whether Clement can bring off another Jujikatami. She managed to arm lock an earlier opponent. Ungaranu's defense on this occasion proves up to it. Minute left to go. Ungaranu has just done enough to stay in this. Way too high with that Makikomi effort. She's put herself in some danger of getting caught there.
The second quarterfinal in women's under 57 kilo category. Please welcome in white jury from Poland, Anna Borowska. In blue jury from Slovenia, Karina Kaiser.
Well, there are problems here for Melanie Clement. Picking up the first Shido wasn't really any trouble. Once she had the second, however, she forced to change her tactics. Ungaranu has quite cleverly kept up the attacks, made sure that they were strong enough so she didn't pick up a false attack. She's remained penalty free as we head towards the end of the contest, and we're looking at golden score now. Well, the pressure now really is all on Melanie Clement. Single Shido will put her out, whereas Ungaranu is penalty free. So this is the time when you can expect Ungaranu to try and close down every option that Clement has. Well, they gave plenty of time for Clement to try and work something on the ground after that false attack from Ungaranu. I like the idea of an attack taking place. Referee realizes that it's a false attack, but they've gone into Newaza where the opponent has the chance to attack, and they allow that effort to go through, and then on the next mate they dish out the penalty, so that I'm not quite sure what that exchange was between Mr. Nutsubidze and Monica Ungary. I'm not even sure if he knew what it was. She doesn't come down onto the scoring part of the body, so there won't be a score there, but it was close. Clement clawing her way back into this. There's a single Shido up against Ungaranu now, but as I said before, in order for Clement to win on Shido, she'd have to gift, or Ungaranu would have to pick up 2 more. I can't see that happening. Really needs to come up with a score. And if she can keep up this tempo, then the pressure really does come on Ungaranu. They need to feel the pressure now, Ungaranu, because Melanie Clement has not let up in her efforts to attack Ungaranu. Oh, Sadagari almost. That really rocked Ungaranu. It's all Clement at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if, when they get to their feet, Ungaranu picked up a second Shido. One big attack here. If Clement is clever, she'll be first to attack, keep the pressure up, really make things difficult for the Romanian. Yeah, one more. He just couldn't come up with the third attack. That would have been it. So with that attack, Ungaranu just sneaking back into the plus category as far as attacks are concerned. Won't last that long though. Really has got to keep up the attacks.
Now, quarter-time-2, the quarterfinal. In men's under 66 kilogram category. Please welcome in white judogi, the current Olympic champion from Russia, Bezan Budanov.
We had 3 minutes of golden score. Just looks shaky, does Ungaranu, with some of those attacks. She's almost been countered. Well, Clement has threatened to counter her on several occasions. This looks a little bit untidy in those attacks. Three minutes and 15 seconds of golden score so far. And we're going to have a little bit more. Maki Komi was not that great. With the sleeve and really didn't threaten her with that one. Two things have surprised me in this, and it's the length of time that Clement has stayed in the contest, having picked up 2 Shidos. The second thing is the length of time that they've been in golden score. Ungaranu looked pretty much spent after 2 minutes of golden score. We're already into the 5th minute of golden score. We had 4 already. What a battle this has turned out to be. Not the most attractive, I'll admit. However, it was nicely poised here. And an error where Clement holds on to both sides of the gi. Sorry, uses both hands on one side of the gi. Is the error that does for Melanie Clement. We're going to go next door to mat number 2. We're going to pick up the contest between the current Olympic champion at under 60 kilos, making his debut at 66 kilos, Beslan Mudranov of Russia. He faces Ahmed Abelrahman of Egypt. It's Mudranov in the white judo gi, Abelrahman in blue. Yeah, I made a mistake there when describing that penalty. I said that Melanie Clement had been penalised for holding both sides of the gi. Well, that's what you're supposed to do, to hold both sides. What I meant was
same side.
You know, if you're not listening, you know what I mean. So you just get past it. But penalised for holding both sides of the gi. You mean she was holding left and right? Well, that's what you're supposed to do. What I meant was using both hands on one side of the gi. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. However, I can tell you that I've said that so many times. I know I have, because I've caught myself so many times in the past saying that. Gershev has picked up 3 penalties in his quarterfinal against Ashley Mackenzie. Mackenzie goes into the semi-final. We weren't watching that one because we're watching this quarterfinal with Mudranov and Abel Rahman. Right, we continue. For me, this is a really, well, they're all big fights, I suppose, for Mudranov, having moved up to 66 kilos. But his beating the number 1 seed, top drawer effort. You know, get that out of the way. You've beaten the number 1 seed. However, now he's facing 2 times African champion Ahmed Abelrahman from Egypt, and we know they produce good fighters
today as well. This is going to be definitely a very challenging match for him.
But if he can get past Abelrahman, that will put him in the semi-final. Mudranov, he's got to feel happy about that. He leads by Wazari as well. And again, I'll come back to the throwing skills. I know that you've got that little catchphrase, you can't take it away from him. Well, you can't take away Mudranov's throwing skills. He's just got that about him.
Very, very sharp, isn't he? When you look at what he's doing right now, he's on the attack all the time. And if someone's attacking you like that in such depth and commitment, all you can do is defend.
Sharp, and he's fast. So maybe he's also able to bring that to the party in his new weight. The fact that he's going to be quicker than most of his opponents. It's a tricky thing at 66 to say, because the gap between 60 and 66 as far as speed is concerned is not as great as it would be if you move from 100 to plus 100.
It's a good stepping stone as far as making that transition from one weight to another. At an event like this, that it carries a lot of clout, it doesn't have a lot of the top seeds here today, so
great choice.
He's not getting really tested overall, but he'll give himself an opportunity of making his mark, and he's a good debut here in this event.
He could pick up a second penalty here with 7 seconds left to go. Not surprised about that.
Well, seconds remaining. Oh, he's got it.
Well, it's not for Abelrahman to claim the 3rd penalty. The referee knows what he's doing there, and if they want to give a 3rd penalty, then give it. But please don't go claiming that you want a hand second.
I think the Russian tactically is making a good move, as you can see. He went back to the centre of the mat and he limped. I don't think there's very much wrong with that ankle, to be honest.
Well, that's it. How much time do you want to give them?
Time's up.
Yeah. See, the problem that Ahmed Abelrahman is making now is to look at the last few seconds and say, oh, they should have given him a 3rd penalty. Well, first of all, you shouldn't have given up the Wazari. That was one thing.
Yeah.
And then you had a length of time from when he scored the Wazari until the end to do something.
Yeah.
Don't look at the last action and then ask for the contest to be given to you on the back of 3 penalties.
At the end of the day, you're trying to steal the match instead of win it. And that's the most important thing. Go out to win rather than steal.
Now, if he hadn't been gesticulating at the end and saying, oh, you know, this, that, and that, I'd have said, hey, you know, you were really unlucky that he didn't pick up a 3rd penalty. That's different.
Yeah.
But don't go begging for it, mate.
Yeah, you can appreciate that.
Yeah. Right, we're on mat 2 for a quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category. Shakram Akhadov of Uzbekistan faces Sador Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. The pair have to go head-to-head.
Oh, this is going to be...
No coach, of course. You know. Right. That was in the under 66 kilo category. I'm going to leave you for a moment with Loretta Kusat-Doyle whilst I go and speak to Abdel Ahmed.
Right, well, how you would expect this match to go. It's going to be a very tough match between 2 athletes representing the same country, knowing each other so well. Neither one of them wanting to make any major sacrifices at the early stage of this contest, and both looking for the ultimate grip, controlling grip. Nurlayev, strong athlete. He's had a great performance here today. Akhadov came in as one of the top 4 seeds and had a slightly better advantage coming into this competition. But picks up Ashido just now in this quarter-final stage. Trying desperately to control that sleeve, as you can see. Nurlayev controlling the left sleeve of his teammate. Tries to get that high collar grip, but Akhadov controlling that sleeve. Comes in for the Sodi attempt there. Nicely blocked by Nurlayev. Nurlayev there trying to get that right hand round the back. Comes across a very strong left hand lapel grip that's catching him on the shoulder and finding it really difficult to get past those defences. Well, no big surprises here in this contest. It was always going to be a very tough match and very little between them to tear them apart. Akhadov trying desperately to get past a very defensive action from his opponent. Whether the referee can see that is another thing, but Makarov, the lack of engagement, takes the second Shido, so disguised very well. Nuralayev goes into golden score with 1 Shido to his opponent 2.
Match 2, golden score.
Makarov really now has to play much more of an active part in this contest, but still plagued by not really being able to get a good, strong, controlling grip. Nuralayev working there in the Niwaza, trying to find an opening in the ground. Tightly defended by his teammate. Spin under, very gutsy move, and it pays off. Nuralayev takes the win and a place in the semi-final of the under-66s. And he'll be up against Muzranov of Russia in that semi-final, so that will be a very interesting and a very tough match indeed.
Winner of 2022 and look for the semi-finals in the under 66 kilo category in Judo Grand-Prix Marrakech. Next contest on the 92 is the quarterfinal in men's under 60 kilo category. Please welcome in Judo, the 4-time Grand-Prix champion from Georgia, Andrea Pamelashi, in Judo from Ukraine, Artem Leziok.
So now we have Papanashvili from Georgia in the white, and he's up against, representing the Ukraine, Leziuk in blue. Leziuk, oh, just got caught there with Papanashvili with the Koichigari. Left himself very vulnerable to the rear there. Head to head. Leziuk comes in with the Sianagi.
Winner on 2001 and going to compete for the bronze medal in under 52 kilo category in blue from Germany, Natalie Bouvier.
Well, Papanashvili taking ownership of this quarter-final. Looking very dangerous out there. Nice turn though there from Leziuk. Gets the lift and rotation, and Papanashvili really found himself in a dangerous position there. Did very well to rescue himself. Lezuk takes the first Judo now with 1.5 minutes remaining. Well, there's no big surprises here. This was always going to be a very tough match. Papanashvili comes into this competition as the #1 seed, but a Makakomi there, and Papanashvili did again ever so well to get off there. He is under a little bit of pressure, and the tables have turned in this round. Lezuk seems to begin building up momentum, and with that momentum, confidence is starting to grow. But he's getting his head caught down, and that's the second time we've seen with the Ashiwaza, the Koichigari stumbling backwards, but just planted him on his rear end. Didn't have any real drive off the back leg, but again, a big dynamic lifting action that came to nothing at the end, but a lot of energy being spent. Second Shido goes to Lezuk. Comes in, hooks in with the Ochigari. Papanashvili gets the lift, rotation, and once more the Ukraine defends nicely. Had that hand down to just stop it. Lovely seeing Aggie there, and what a finish there. On the time as well. Lezuk takes the win in the final second of this contest. Well, there was major threats on both half. Papanashvili, the #1 seed, goes out in the quarter-final stage and now has to go down into the repechage, where he'll battle once more for a bronze medal. But they're still having another look at it. Whether it was in time or not sure.
Winner on to 22 and going to the semi-finals.
Well, it wasn't a score. Spun out.
Blue from Ukraine, Anton Lezuk.
Hand went down. Well, it started within, as you could see the execution there, 1 minute, flying through the air, 1 second I should say. And they've given it.
Winner on to 23 and finalist in the 166 kilo category in Judo from Egypt, Mohamed Abdel.
And now we have in the quarter-final stage the under 60 kilos is Verstraeten of Belgium in the white, Vasu of Morocco in the blue.
Please welcome to Judo from Turkey, Bekir Özlü. In Judo from Bulgaria, Yaroslav Yashin.
As you can see, Verstappen dancing around his opponent there, Basu, who's desperately trying to engage with his opponent. Works with the Ashiwazas, the Koso Tagari. Basu now looking to transition into the Niwaza. Well, you have Verstappen there turning his opponent Basu over into Osakomi and taking the win and a place in the semi-final.
Moving to the semi-finals. Imported from Belgium, Judo Grand-Prix.
He's a good boy, isn't he, Jore?
Very good.
Just sometimes appears to do just enough. Let's go down to mat number 1, because there's a semi-final taking place down there between Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer. She's up against Geffen Primo of Israel. It's the French fighter, Bouchard-Nordmeyer, who comes in there with that Koji Makikomi to bring Primo down.
Well, Bouchard really looks untouchable here today, doesn't she? She's so strong. And here you have the Koichigaki, beautifully done, driving off that sleeve arm, just under the armpit, pulling it down in deep.
So in the past, that right elbow would have hooked behind the leg, but she can't do that any longer.
Yeah. So
she could have tucked in there.
That has been really well done.
But she knows that, you know, and she goes, and the hand comes up to go for the sleeve this time.
Yes, and it's very close to the wrist rather than the elbow.
Yeah, that's unusual.
It's very unusual. You wouldn't think that you'd have as much leverage, but she was in so deep.
That's the key.
That's the most important thing.
The way that must have transmitted, that knowledge must have transmitted itself through the body to know, I'm hooked in so deep here, I just pull on this sleeve, she's over.
Where she was going was the Ouchigari first, so she was already attacking to the rear, which overstretched herself with the Ouchigari, which knew that the leg was in deep enough to be able to go for the Koichigak.
And it was, I mean, she was just snake-like, completely wrapped up.
It was going in the right direction. That was nice.
Estela Lopez Sheriff of Spain is up against her teammate Ana Perez box. It's Lopez Sheriff in the white, Judogi Perez box in blue. I did manage to get to speak to Ahmed Abdul Magoud and to Beslan Medranov, not at the same time.
Didn't think you were that brave.
But they had spoken to each other. I'd seen them chatting together, and Medranov had just gone and given him the sort of, you know, consolation tap, and they were okay. Because Medranov knew quite clearly that he'd nicked it from him.
Yeah.
Especially with that last drop there that they didn't give, and they could have. It would have been harsh, I mean, really harsh. But, you know, you're Wazari up, and you got 2 penalties. The chances are that you're going to get just, you know, half an inch of a little bit more room against your opponent, who has the appearance of trying to get you the third Shido. Now, if he doesn't do that, this was said to him, I said, you know, Ahmed, if you don't go chasing the third Shido and you go chasing the throw, maybe you get the benefit of the doubt. But you seem so determined to get him the third Shido that they probably thought, no, we're not giving it you.
Yeah, they were just trying to steal it, wasn't it, more than anything else.
I did also add, you know, by the way, you do realise that you've got a huge contest coming up next. So maybe what you want to be doing is concentrating on focus. Exactly.
Forward,
focus on what's coming up next. Get that out of the way, and then you can bellyache all you like about the previous contest, afterwards. But make sure you get that out of the way. So, yeah, I'll do that. So.
Mat number 3, you've got Ashley McKenzie, who's just just even now with the Wazari each.
We're going to go up to mat number 3 because Sharafuddin Lutfilayev is up against Ashley McKenzie. It's Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan in the white judogi, McKenzie of Great Britain in blue. It's a Wazaria piece. We've got plenty of time left on it, like 2.5 minutes. This looks slightly more engaging than the the battle between the two Spanish fighters. With the greatest of respect.
Yes, we know it's going to be a very difficult match. One thing we do know is that Spaniard is going to be in the final of that weight category. Which one? Well, we've got to wait and see. But it's not going to be an easy task for either one of them.
Poor old Abel Rahman has got a really hard job on his hands. He's got Shakram Akhadov of Uzbekistan in the repechage contest, and should he win that, he'll then face Yelan Serikjanov up next.
Well, what a lovely Kosota Kochigari right at the edge of the contest area. It looked like Mackenzie thought it was Mate and paused, but they've given it to him. As you can see here, it was inside. Turned, he was out.
Yeah, he's got the right foot
his
in.
Back foot was still in.
Yeah, he's completely in. Ashley's completely out.
Yeah.
Where is Lutfilayev?
He was still in.
He's
still in
the competition area. That was unfortunately an error on Ashley's part. He looked to relax because he thought they're going to call Mate here. But you can see quite clearly that Lutfilayev begins the technique with 1 foot in the competition area. So that was really unfortunate. Right, we're watching the semi-final on mat number 2 in the under 57 kilo category between Safai Choban of Germany. She's up against Anna Borowska of Poland. It's Choban in the white judogi, Borowska in blue. Choban has picked up a single penalty. Borowska has collected 2. We've got a minute and a half left to go.
Well, once again, Coburn, good performance here today. Repeats from Dusseldorf. Again, she was very impressive a couple of weeks ago, and it just seems to be getting stronger and stronger each time we see her. Borowska really struggling with that left grip that seems to be controlling the right side of her.
I suppose the thing that will really, almost.
Oh, close. 2 shidos apiece, 38.
Winner of 2021 and in the final of women's under 52 kilo category in blue judogi from Spain, Anna Perez-Box.
But if you heard that in the background there, Anna Perez-Box has made her way into the final. She'll be up against Amandine Bouchard-Nordmeyer. That's the final of the 52 kilos. Borowska's taken the lead with 15 seconds left to go. Safai Choban having to chase the contest now. Looking a little bit dishevelled as she tries to get her hands on Borowska, who throws that little Nippon Sanagi in and immediately covers up. Has to stay upright here. 2 seconds left to go. Yoko Tomoenagi from Choban, and it's the German fighter who makes her way down into the repechage. No, it's actually into the bronze medal contest.
Yes, that's right.
Because it's the semi-final. It's Borowska who makes her way into the final. Choban will have to fight for the bronze medal. We've still got some judo left on mat 2, so we're going to stick here. And the other thing is that the semi-final between Beslan Mudranov and Sardor Nurelayev of Uzbekistan won't take place because Beslan Mudranov has hurt his knee in the previous contest, so he won't be taking part.
Oh, that's quite sad, really, because he's had a good performance.
Well, the thing is, Abel Rahman is going to be gutted, isn't he? Because he feels as though he should have won that contest.
Yeah.
And having lost the contest, the person that's defeated him won't now be taking part in the semi-final. Oh well. And it means that Mudranov will go into the bronze medal contest. He won't be able to take part, so there won't be any further participation from Mudranov. He will end up in 5th place.
That's right, because he won't go into the bronze medal match.
So it's really important now for Abel Rahman to win this one. I'm going to leave Loretta Kusat-Doyle for a moment. I'm going to be back for the Papinashvili Basu repechage contest. That's coming up shortly.
Well, as you can see, this is definitely a challenging match here in this repechage of the under 66. It's been an interesting weight category. 42 athletes participated throughout the day. Abel Rahman from Egypt trails with 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining by Wazari. Out of one of the top 4 seeds coming into this competition. Abdel Rahman was defeated in the quarterfinals by Uzranov of Russia, who, as my colleague says, has pulled out through injury. Well, a battle really going on. 1.5 minutes remaining. Akadov still maintains that lead, but has picked up his second Shido with 1.5 minutes remaining. Now, this isn't looking very good. He comes in with the... So this is really going to be a tough match. Can Akadov hang on to this lead? Still over 1 minute remaining. 2 Shidos on the board, but he does lead with a Wazari. Abdelrahman there picks up his second Shido. So it's 2 Shidos apiece and 18 seconds remaining. Kadov takes the pressure off slightly, but still he cannot disengage in this contest. He still has to stay very active. Comes across with a Sodi attempt. Sianagi and takes the win. Akadov takes the win for a place in the bronze medal match.
Winner is going to compete for bronze medal. In women's judo from Uzbekistan, Shahram Akhadov. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final in men's under 66 kilo category. Please welcome in blue judo from Uzbekistan, Sava Nominayev. So the winner in the final.
So Nureliev takes the win in the under 66 semi-final against Muradov due to the withdrawal of the Russian due to injury. So sadly that means through the injury he won't be participating in the bronze medal match, and which will mean that the German Seidel will automatically take that bronze medal. So now we come to the last 2 matches. Basu in the blue gi from Morocco, and he's up against Papanashvili of Georgia, the number 1 seed. Papanashvili was defeated in that quarter-final against Lizier.
Be so happy if Basu could, against all the odds, take this contest.
It would be amazing, wouldn't it? And he's actually fought so well today. If he wasn't against such a strong opponent like Papanashvili, you would say you really do hope that he gets it, but Basu defends so much there, and it's so obvious that Papanashvili is piling on that pressure right from the early start of this contest.
He compounded it by taking a hold of the belt as well. If you'd been, an inch or so, further up, or for those of you who are on the metric system, if he'd been a couple of centimeters higher up, he may not have attracted as much attention.
Yes.
But, he's up against somebody who, no doubt, as soon as he puts his hands on him, he thinks, oh, here we go. And I mean, I don't know whether you've ever been in. Oh, that was beautifully done. Sode Turikomigoshe. Have we seen Papanashvili throw with that this morning, I think? Beautifully done. Crowd silencer.
Well, it did stun everyone, but to the disappointment, really, for this crowd here in Marrakech.
Papanashvili's off fairly quickly. No love lost there, then. There's normally a slightly, you know, slightly more friendly.
I think he's still disappointed in that last quarter-final stage, wasn't he, really?
Yeah, to work his way back now. Right, Artem Lesiuk. Here's the finish, Loretta, I think.
Lovely, Sodi.
Complete control there, wasn't
nice and control, in very, very deep. As you look at the hips, square between the legs, so he can bump him up and over he goes. There was no rescue in that. It was very, very deep.
Everything was right about
Perfectly
that. Artem Lesiuk of Ukraine is up against Yuri Verstraeten of Belgium. It's Lesiuk in the white judogi, Verstraeten in blue. We'll have a wrap-up as soon as this contest is finished. Loretta has filled out the contest sheets again beautifully. Clear, lovely handwriting. I wish I could say the same for mine. I'm so bad, I'm embarrassed, but oh well, can't win them all.
For me, this young man from Belgium, Verstraeten, he's been really good. They've got some good athletes. It's a smallish team, but the ones they have put forward, they're very young, but they're great judo. Their transition into senior world-class judo has been effortless.
It's funny, isn't it? You can call a few names, and then all of a sudden you think that a country that maybe you haven't paid a great deal of attention to has got some real quality fighters, because okay, Joachim Bottio is a little bit, you know, towards the back end of his career. Toma Nikiforov has been around for a while, but Matthias Kassa is not
Kassa's just a youngster.
Sami Chuchi is there as well.
Yes.
You know, so
there's some real quality of athletes. I think it's one of these countries that has always been shadowed. It's been in the shadow of France, hasn't it? The French have dominated so much that it's a country that really doesn't seem to be on a par with them. But when you actually look at the results and the youngsters that are coming through, they're doing something right.
He almost went over there. Lesiuk got into a good position, couldn't quite finish off. Just something with the hands. I didn't see quite what it was, but that's where it seemed to come apart.
Well, Lesiuk has defeated some players throughout the day, and it was going to... Oh!
He's gone in there again.
I think it was, if anything,
I wonder if he's sat him on his backside, or whether if he puts his hands down, then it's going to be Wazari. And they've left it there.
Sat it on it. Yeah.
I thought he just sat him on his backside and that he didn't put his hands down. He didn't have a chance to. However, they've had a look at that very quickly, and they only needed one look, and they said, nope, that's Wazari. So he must have put his hands down in the back, because he was on his backside. He must have put his hands down, and that's why they've given the Wazari. Okay. Well, plenty of time left.
I know, plenty of time. Oh, no, it isn't.
Do you know something?
Oh, Sota, straight over the top into the Makikomi. That was tight. Very, very tight.
Before he caught him with the sit down on his backside thing, he threatened him twice. I thought, ooh, he looks dangerous there. Then he threw him and he sat him on his backside. And then that one, well, there's no doubt about that.
Can't argue with that one.
Absolutely flew, didn't he? Freddie's going to have a field day with this one. Oh, this is Ungaranu.
Oh, Ungaranu. Yeah. These are some of the highlights with it.
Look how quickly he switches it. From the Osota to Harai Makikomi, if you like.
Whizzed him over.
Whoop. And he even breakfall. Even gets a breakfall in. Yeah, for youngsters watching.
There's your Ukemis. Oh, that was sweet though, wasn't it? Hooked him, but look how that arm came over the top and grabbed the tricep. Deep in there, look, he had that leverage nice and deep.
See, look, Loretta makes... you're on form today, I'll tell you what, because 3 or 4 times you've pointed out things that people who are, you know, getting there in their judo careers should make a note of. And the ending, where so many times when we're talking about Makikomi, what happens with the arm? They've lost it, you know, it's gone,
the
not
natural
here.
reaction is when someone does a Makikomi, what they do is stretch the arm over, and they lead with the hand, where really it should be leading with the shoulder.
Yeah, and to wrap the arm up.
Wrapping it round so you've got it nice and tight, so when your body moves, That
So do they.
They're moving with you.
Look, as we saw there, if you look at the ending of that, when Lesiuk finally shows us his body as Verstraeten is hitting the mat, he's got the arm wrapped up around the front.
Yes.
That's what makes the really nice finish.
Well, I've just realised I'm dressed up like an Eskimo here.
But there's a good reason for that. It's so cold in here. I know
is.
somebody said it doesn't look that professional, but believe me, it is, because it was just so cold here today. Right. So, and I was the one who said, Loretta, keep your coat on and the scarf, because if you don't wear it, I will. So let's take a look at the lineup for the under 48 kilo category. Shiri Rishoni of Israel, Melanie Clement of France in that first bronze medal contest, Katharina Mentz of Germany, and it's one of the Italians, because we've had quite a few of them today, haven't we? Which one is it? In the Francesca Giorda of Italy in that bronze medal contest. So of the two bronze medal contests, what are we looking at?
Well, I'm surprised to see Rishoni, who was the #1 seed, in there for battling away for a bronze medal. So I would say that Rishoni's taken that first bronze, and Men's, I've been very impressed with Men's from Germany.
Okay, and the final, Julia Figueroa of Spain and Monica Ungureanu of Romania.
Do you know, Ungureanu has been amazing. Those Uchimatas have been unstoppable. But Figueroa, for me, is a fighter. She has battled away. She's defeated some very strong opposition. It's going to be a very tight call, but I'm going to go for the stylish of the two, and that's Ungureanu.
She wasn't even seeded this morning, you know.
I know.
It's a shocker, really. I mean, 8 seeds and she wasn't even top 8. That's a good one. Okay, let's take a look at the under 52 kilo category. Cesar of Guinea-Bissau, Lopez Sheriff of Spain, Roveri of Germany, that's a bit of a surprise there, and Primo of Israel.
Again, I'm going to go for Spain, Lopez Sheriff. She was strong throughout the day. She had a clash of her teammate, it was most probably the weakest match for me. And so I'm going to go with her for the bronze medal, and Primo for the other bronze medal. I thought, again, strong athlete, coming through strong, always good, and nice technique as well.
Okay, and in the final, Bouchard Nordmeyer against Perez Box.
Bouchard Nordmeyer.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
World #1.
Yeah, unstoppable.
Right, that's the under 52 kilo category. We'll take a look at the under 57 kilo category. Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel against Autumn Pavia of France. Karakash Hedvig of Hungary versus Sofia Choban of Germany.
Oh goodness, no, I've just seen Pavia. Again, both. I'm going to go with Pavia. I think she's on form today.
She's got the bit between her teeth.
She really has been looking strong. And she gets that arm over the top and connects with the Uchimata. Those long legs are dangerous, and they've been really working for her today. So Pavia for France taking one of the bronze medals, and Choban taking the other.
For Germany, okay,
yes,
okay.
I like her. I think she's good.
The final features Anna Borowska of Poland. She's up against Lian Chenling of Chinese Taipei.
Well, you've got two very different styles. Borowska, you've got some cracking niwaza. And Lian, she's a thrower, isn't she? Those long legs when they connect. I'm going to go for Lian for the gold medal.
Lian Chenling. Let's see what happens there. The two men's weight categories, the under 60 kilo category, Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia, Ashley McKenzie of Great Britain, Yanis of Gershev of Bulgaria, and Yuri Verstraeten of Belgium.
Papinashvili is on form, especially when it came to that last match there in the repechage. Yeah. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's really upset of losing in that quarter-final. It's going to be a tough one to knock him off that podium. My heart goes with McKenzie. He deserves a medal, and he needs one this year. He's been so close and yet so far. So heart says McKenzie. Realistically, Papinashvili possibly will take that bronze.
And it's the #1 and #3 seeds that go against each other in that particular bronze medal contest.
Yeah.
Gershev and Verstraeten?
Verstraeten. I think he's been
good
really,
boy. Even though
good.
he took a tonking in that last one, didn't he?
But everyone's been doing that against him, so there's no big surprise. He just follows in suit, doesn't he, really? So.
And then the final, Artem Lesiuk of Ukraine is up against Sharafudin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan.
I think I've just answered Lezuk for me is a great one.
Okay. Okay, the under 66 kilo category. We saw for the first time today Beslan Madranov. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to take part in the in his semi-final.
Yes.
So he moved down into the repechage where he will face Sebastian Seidel, but he won't be coming up because he's injured. So Seidel's going to take that.
Yes.
Zabi is going to take that one. Akhadov of Uzbekistan against Serikjanov of Tajikistan. That should be a good matchup.
Serikjanov.
Serikjanov, okay, good one. I'll go with
strong, looking very good.
And in the final, Nurilayev, and it is Serikjanov actually made it to the final. Yeah, not Abdelmagoud. Abdelmagoud lost out. He lost out to Akhadov.
Oh, right. So
it's Akhadov.
Oh, so
yeah. So
I
we've
lose
got a
some
little
points
bit.
and that and getting
Yeah,
that wrong.
don't worry. Okay, so it was. We'll have to do Serikjanov and Nurilayev.
Serikjanov.
Okay, Serikjanov. Right, we're going to take a break here. It's 10 to 4. We'll be back at 5 o'clock with all the action from all the medal matches on day one of competition from the Marrakech Exhibition Centre that has warmed up slightly.
Do you know what? I was just thinking I might be able to start taking some layers off. Only one or two.
Right. We'll be back. We'll see you later. From Loretta Cusack, Doyle and myself. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.